let's hear you. I'll just show you the many who are coming in. Let's hear what you have to say. Let's have you on board. Let's have you on board. Someone is saying, I'm watching you from Kisumu City. Let us also know where you're watching us from. Reverend Kangu is saying, I'm watching you from Kisumu City. Habari ya Kisumu, let us know. Kuna mvua. How are you prepared for Monday, and what is your view for many other issues that we have? Manu, I see you. Kaka Jambo, Kondani ndani. Asante sana. There's this guy by the name Steve Torres. I see you, sir. How are you? Old child, I see you. Brian Otoli, I see you. Joining in, karibuni sana, karibuni sana. This is your show. This is your show. This is us talking about issues affecting our country. Daniel Kipchumba is from Nakuru. I see you, sir. Thank you for being part of the show. Let me just do 1, 2, 3 here. I see Alan Adan saying he's talking to us from northeastern Kenya. Karibu sana, karibu sana. Thank you for being part of the show. Langat Nelson, asante sana for being part of the show. Rosemary Aori, thank you. You say this. Let me just share you what you said. You're saying for sure Ruto ameangamiza Kenya nzima asipo fungua sava. Haha. Tutaongelea haya yote. Let us know what you're saying. Keep up, keep up, keep up. You are part of us and we love to hear from you. Thank you for being part of the show. Thank you for being part of the show. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being part of the show. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are almost starting. We are almost starting. Thank you. Okay. Just a moment. Okay, I'm back. We continue to encourage you to be part of the show. Reverend Kangu anasema hivi, Kisumu is raining and we are waiting for Monday. Sawa sawa. Domi Lagat anasema watching from Elgeyo Marakwet. Asante sana. Let me also share this. Charles Barai anasema watching from Narok. Karibu sana. This is Lagat Nelson. We are suffering na tunavumilia kuwa wa Kenya. Wow, Kenyans are having topics and stories to say. Nancy, how are you?
Hi, I'm okay. How are you?
I'm fine. Karibu sana kwa show.
Thank you.
Thank you. Be part of us. I'm trying to see if I can have your face. I don't know what's happening here. Just
For
one
me?
moment. Yes.
I've turned my camera off.
Oh, okay. But I can't seem to have you. Just one moment. Aha, even as I have you, let me continue talking to these lovely people in the comment section. Wanasema Monday ni kuzuri, Monday hakutakuwa na issues. Aha, okay. Colin Mosongo, I see you. Farah, I see you. David Oro, I see you. Among many others. Continue communicating to me. Angela is saying, Ana watch from Chebukaka. Hey, Chebukaka ni pande gani? Which county? Is it Kakamega? Is it Bungoma? Is it Busia? Let us know where you're watching us from. Kenya ni kubwa. Kenya ni yetu sote. And we are live. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Nancy.
Hi.
We have people appointed, 50 of them.
Yeah.
50 people have been appointed and they are to represent our country as CAS.
Mm-hmm.
What do you say about all this as I begin with you?
I think as a person who really supported the Ruto presidency, I think this is the lowest moment that I've ever. Today I felt like I made a mistake too. Support
Uh-huh.
him because Kenyans are suffering.
Uh-huh.
And he fought the BBI on the essence that it was going to create a bloated parliament. That was one of his arguments.
Mm-hmm.
And then now he goes ahead and create a bloated executive.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these people, I'm not even sure they have the expertise that Kenya is looking for at the moment. And even when I look at, for example, the Ministry for Interior, why do we need three CSs? What's there
Mm-hmm.
to be done by three people? He's going to
Okay.
spend 5 billion
Mm-hmm.
in 1 year when we have people in the places like Northern Kenya dying. We've got junior primary school children who are at home. They've not gone to school.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine what 5 billion, how many classes and how many teachers can that fund?
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a wrong move, and I think if Ruto is not careful, some
Mm-hmm.
of his supporters like us
Mm-hmm.
are despairing because this is not why we elected him. We thought that he'll be very lean, he'll learn a
Mm-hmm.
lean executive, as he promised. He's a
Mm-hmm.
president of the downtrodden. What has gone wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm actually very disappointed, and yeah, to say the least.
Now, the president and actually the deputy president made a statement, though it's in vernacular. I tried to see if I can, I can have subtitles concerning what he said. But he
Yeah,
said the reason we have them is because they will help in m- uh, uh, in managing the departments and different ministries and to help his work. Do you think that is a reason to have the 50 of them? Some ministries have 7 CASs.
that is total baloney. You
Aha.
cannot tell me that. Can they give us a job description of each of these CSs? Can we see the
Mm-hmm.
job role profile?
Mm-hmm.
What are they doing? Even when
Mm-hmm.
this is when we will know whether the parliament is with the Kenyans or it's
Mm-hmm.
actually led with the executive, because we need independent institutions. So when they are vetting people, I would
Aha.
want to see that what is it that each one of them will do. The deputy president is actually, today I listened to him in the morning when he was being interviewed by Jeff Korea and the crew, and I was
Aha.
appointed by him. He thinks Kenya belongs to the Kikuyu nation. No, it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't. Kenya
Aha.
belongs to everybody. They campaigned on a platform of unity. What has gone wrong? What is he trying to tell the nation? He
Aha.
needs on a script. He doesn't need to be talking from nowhere. We need Hussein Mohammed to rein him in because he's
Mm-hmm.
actually polarizing Kenyans. So
Mm-hmm.
the argument of that these many CSs kazi ni mingi, hata afadhali angepatia 10 hustlers, tuone 10 hustlers aende achukue mama mboga atuambie they've created job opportunities. These are failed politicians who could not
Aha.
who elected. Don't we have
Mm-hmm.
other Kenyans? What happened
Aha.
to democracy? To be honest with you, I'm disappointed.
Uh, they are 15 number. Some lost during the election. The Mwananchi said no.
Yes.
Some are not known to perform even in their constituencies where they were elected, either as governors, senators, or whatever role they played then. So what do you think informed the appointing office to have them back? Do they what impact do they create in this current government?
They're not going to have any impact because this is about rewarding those
Uh-huh.
people who campaigned with him. And if
Uh-huh.
someone like Kidero, why would a person who occupied such a high office in Kenya, for
Uh-huh.
heaven's sake, become a CAS?
Uh-huh.
He's a billionaire. Why
Yes,
on
sir.
earth be collecting 1 million shillings from Kenyans? Could we not have had a young man who is in the civil service who could have been promoted to this role to also
Mm-hmm.
give an opportunity to
Mm-hmm.
spread wealth equally? Why do we have the same faces? Kenyans need to come up against this political class. I think they're taking us for fools and they're taking us for a ride. I think it's unacceptable. there is no justification why people even like Karen Nyamu should be in our Senate. I saw that she's a nominated senator. Now she's chairing the Committee of Security. What kind of nonsense is this? What does she know about security? Honestly, Ruto is, if he's not careful, he's gonna give the Raila Odinga fraternity reasons to continue bashing him. I think this is a wrong move, and someone needs to call him to order, because it's not right. And also, these CSs have nothing to offer Kenya. We have more qualified Kenyans who could have done this. We don't need failed politicians coming back. Mwananchi hakuwachagua, hakuwataka. And why bankroll them just because they're his friends?
When we were preparing to have the president and the deputy president, we ended up having a DP, and then they were elected purportedly or otherwise. Now we have them in office. Then they went ahead and appointed CSs. The CAS one, I don't know. What do you think? Do you see them living up to actualizing the manifesto or the plan, as Ruto would call it? Or is it there where we began failing? And again, now we have amplified the mistake by now adding 50 more CASs. Is it a continued form of failure after failure by someone who came out strong to show us that he's able to lead the nation?
In regards to the cabinet secretaries, it's very early on to judge them at the moment. It's very, even when you have a new house, you don't build your house, move in, and everything is it's okay. So I think it's allow time. This idea of 100 days will have done this. It's a good idea that is sold during election, but even in the first world, we know that is not much is achieved within 100 days, because that within the 100 days you've got to form your team, you've got to gel, you've got to agree on a way forward. So I think you're very early to comment about the cabinet secretary, whether they're doing well or not. But from the few that have been outspoken, someone like Kithure Kindiki, I think that given time, I think he'll become a very good CS, hands-on, someone who cares. I wasn't sure about CS Machogu, but from the last few, about a month or two, I've kind of warming to him. He knows what he's talking about. I believe someone like Alice Wahome, she has a lot of experience. She understands the law. I think it's early to judge, but there are some of the CSs that he put in office I'm not so sure of, but it's good to give them time. Let's watch the space, and then by the end of the 12 months, we shall gauge and see. But for the CASs, I can't help myself but think, what will someone like Charles Jaguar offer as a person? What have? Why didn't Starehe people elect him? Did he really perform? Because I never used to follow his politics. But even when he was in parliament, I don't know one bill or one motion that he's brought into law. You know, people like Millicent Omanga, why is she there? Why is she a CAS? What is she going to offer Kenya? Honestly, I just, yeah, I'm disillusioned as to what Ruto is thinking about. To me, he looked like someone who had a plan. He bashed Uhuru so much. Uhuru only had 23 CASs. Why did he feel the need to add another? Is it 17?
Yeah.
For what purpose? Even when they were within Uhuru government, we didn't see what the CSs were doing. I think we need to change Article 152 of the Kenyan Constitution, where it says the president can appoint. We need to clearly repeat that and give the number of people who should be in executive, and not to give the president the free fall. because now this is taking advantage of the poor Kenyans.
Now, let me ask you: do you think it's a weakness in any president that since the constitution has already created a capping on the number of CS that a president can appoint, making it 22, so they created a back door to appoint CASs who, as if the latest trend is anything to go by, they can be as many as 50.
And this is the problem, because I remember when, so Ruto was just clever, the fact that he asked the Public Service Commission to create a role for the CSs. That's how he went backdoor, so that it's not declared unconstitutional like Uhuru's time. Because remember, the courts had declared the CSS position as unconstitutional because he came up with the role, gave it to his people, and that was it. He never used the PSC to create the role within the government structure. So for me, Kenyans, we need to go back to that constitution and say, if we've got 22, first of all, we need to ask ourselves, we've got permanent secretaries who are the accounting officers. We've got advisors in every ministry. We've got admins in every ministry. Why is it they cannot take that portfolio and one of the officers to step up and represent the cabinet secretary when they are away? Because when the chief executive of Safaricom is not there, there is an assistant chief executive. So even in ministry, I'm sure, like for example, Interior Secretary, Cabinet Kithure Kindiki, he must have one of the officers who is very senior, who he kind of leans to, apart from permanent secretary. Why can't that do a CAS job? Why do we need to do we really need them? I don't think we do. I think Kenyans, we are overrepresented, and we don't need any more. I think our structure is just to, we don't need to be paying the amount of money that we pay on salary. To be honest, that money could do a lot. Hospitals, we need infrastructure. We don't need people who just, honestly, if this government is not careful, I think they will lose a lot of support from people like us who support them.
Nancy, just hold there. Allow me to also get reactions from Kenyans. And as well, you can be part of the show by joining live. I'm posting in the link. The link is there. You can join in by clicking one of the links. We have Mtembei official page. We have Mtembei TV. Just click in, and when you click, it will send you to a StreamYard. That StreamYard is where you create your name, you activate your camera, you activate your mic, then it will send you to this page or this platform, and here is where I'll add you. Now, when you're here, we will engage you. We will put you as the panelist, and also you can also participate by commenting. We'll also share what you're saying, and we will listen to you. We have a lot we can discuss, or we are discussing tonight. I see Akinyi is saying, Ezekiel Kipngetich. I don't know. I think they're exchanging words with this person. There is Nancy. Nancy says, Rosemary Awori says, Nancy Mongeo Kweli Kabisa. There is Gideon Corel says, Rosemary Owili. This was the exchange between Gideon Kirui and Rosemary Owiri. Okay. Angela is also there, says, President amesahau na mama mboga. Angela, thank you for being part of the show, and many others. Keep on sending your tweet, your comment, and your chat, and also you can be part of the show. Join in live, even as we continue to engage with our panelists tonight. Now, Nancy, we have a president who is willing to do anything to reward the loyalist. Is it the trend that any other president, when you get to power, you accord a form of reward to anyone who supports you? Then who will reward the voter who voted?
And this is why I said the Kenya people, once we go, because I can see a situation whereby before the 5 years end, there will be a clamor to amend the constitution, because I can see it from the background. I can see Ruto's cards from a distance. There's some of the things that he wants to change, But we need as Kenyans to say in that constitution, Article 152, the president can only, we actually need to give him numbers for how many CS, how many officers he can appoint. We need to stop, we need to, Kenyans, we need meritocracy. We do not need loyalty. We don't need, otherwise Kenya will never function. Because if it's a club of friends, they will loot the country and leave it the way it was left. So for me, we need to see a government that is inclusive. Loyalty should be the last thing that determines whether somebody becomes a government minister or not. But that is a trend at the moment, which makes me sad within the 21st century. And when people say that people like Eric Omondi are chasing clout, I think he just needs someone to advise him to stop chasing clout and actually build a proper movement of young people who will counter the narrative, because we've lost the Azimio brigade on Maandamano. So we don't have an opposition at the moment checking government, even in parliament, because they're not attending parliament. They're busy on the road shouting and screaming. So we need a second movement that counters anything they do that is we think is unfair. Can't continue like this.
Now, you rightfully say that you supported the president. I equally did. Now, I need to ask you this. Do you think our president is a man of his word?
There's some things he said he would do and he has done. When I look at something like Hustler Fund, when I look at something, we said, I'm going to appoint judges, he appointed them. He campaigned on a platform of saying that he will make the 2/3 gender rule a reality on day one. I think he has failed miserably on that, because even the current list of 50 CASs, he's got 17 women. What happened to the gender parity? So that one he has. So he has done some and he hasn't fulfilled. He told us that he wants to unite Kenya. I can't see him how he's uniting Kenya when his deputy president is there dividing people. He needs to call. If we're gonna see unity, they both need to be singing from the same hymn sheet. I've seen him, and also I don't think that he needs to answer anything the opposition says, because he promised us he's going to the office to work. So most of his time should be spent on actually working for the Mamambogas and the border riders he campaigned on his platform on. So he has done, I would say, out of 100, I would give him 35%, given that he's only in office for 6 months. So he's done something, but we need him to do more, and especially when it comes to the school, and when we need about the hunger that Kenyans are experiencing. He needs to do something. He needs a stipend to cushion the poor person. Whether he decides to give them 2,000 or 1,000, I don't care. As long as people can be able to feed their children in the evening. He needs to think about that.
Now, when I look at what he has done, if you compare, there's what Uhuru had done and there's what he's doing. He seems to be working so hard to kind of counter what Uhuru had done, so as to create his own narrative. He removed most of the subsidies, giving a reason that you can't subsidize consumption. He removed Kazi Mtaani, saying he will now incorporate it to be something that people plant trees. He said in 3 months' time, when we began the year, that will begin. We are now in the 3rd month. We are yet to see that. So, is he in a mission to change what Uhuru had done, so as to fetch his way, or he's probably not having clear direction what he intends or what needs to be done? What do you think?
I wouldn't necessarily say that, because when you look at the affordable housing agenda, it was a Jubilee manifesto item that was not delivered. When you look at the issue about food, is it food? What do you call it? Food. You know, when they say the country will be able to feed itself. So they had come up with the irrigation program. That was a Jubilee agenda. So he's continuing building the dams, and he's told us that he'll build 100 within the next 12 months. If you look at the Dongo Kundu, the what he launched, that was also a Jubilee manifesto. So I don't think he's undoing what Uhuru had done. What he's doing, he has just a different matrix to implement what he wants to do. And also, he needs a spokesman. The president cannot be coming to tell us what he's doing every day. We need to see a spokesman who represent him to sell the agenda of this government, because I think that's where the link is missing. And maybe he's done more, but we've never seen a press briefing from State House. What Kanzedena and the other guy, I don't know, was it Ogutu or somebody who used to come and tell us what the government is doing? So we need to see a profile of what he intends to do, and we need him to answer the opposition less. That's not his work. That should be the work of his foot soldiers and not the president. He's a symbol of unity.
Okay. Now, before I bring in Cosmas, there is a lot that we would really wish to hear from you, Nancy. But before probably I invite Cosmas, I would want to ask this other part of what you've said. You see him trying, but we are yet to see someone who brings, as you've said, brings out what the government is doing. In previous regimes, we would have cabinet secretaries who kind of bring out what the government is and what the government is doing. And they would even hear more of them than the president per se. Do you think there is you have rightfully said it is too early to judge the CSs, which is true, but do you see a Mishuki in any of these CSs? Do you see a Matiang in any form in any of these CSs? Do you see a Motahi Kagwe in any of these CSs who would bring out what the government is doing, whether good or bad? Someone who has the oomph of the government and has a way of telling us this is what the government is doing and making us love the person before we even love the president or the government per se. Do we have such a CS?
I think the reason why we're not seeing this is because Ruto has become the center and beyond of everything. He's a control freak.
Okay.
And to me, that is one of the problems I see with his governance, the way he governs. He cannot be everywhere. He's given his CSs their mandate. He should release them to go and deliver their mandate and allow them to communicate to the masses what each ministry is doing for Kenyans, articulate policies, and let the common man understand what is it me as a transport minister is doing. I think once someone like Murkomen feels confident, because remember, he was one of the outspoken people we had in the last dispensation.
Yes.
He's very quiet. I ask myself why. So I think Ruto needs to release the reins. He cannot be the president and be the cabinet secretary and be the CASs. He can't do all. And I think that's where the problem is.
And I can even still add to your list, we had Adan Duale. He was very good, very vocal.
Yeah.
We had, you remember how Alice Wahome was all over?
Yeah.
Did the cabinet position change them?
And this said, the control is too much. So he needs to release the reins. He needs let each ministry function the way it was a vision in our constitution, to be independent and not to be the one who is calling the shots in every ministry. And also, I think that when I look at the list of the CS and the list of the people he's nominated as permanent secretaries, to me, it sends the wrong message. There is a problem somewhere with the way he's constituted his government.
Now, Cosmas, how are you?
I'm good.
Happy to see you. Thank you for being part of the show.
Okay, thank you for welcoming me, sir. I'm just I'm just doing. I don't know where you started from, but
I'll inform you. We are talking of so many issues, but we are breaking them down as we go along. We are talking of the 50 CSs that have been appointed. What is your take on the appointment first, and is it justified?
The appointment to me, it has a question.
Mm-hmm.
Like right now, the economy is not very good for that. First thing,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
how can you nominate, let's say, 60 CSs and yet the economy is very, very bad? Think of that. Number two, do you think that this guy, the way he's choosing them, praising them that they were UDA? He's not choosing them under professionals. Like that's one thing. Like look someone like Omanga, Millicent Omanga. What can he help him to improve the economy of the country? Sure.
Walimwita
Like
mama
now,
miradi.
yeah. What can they help? What can they help? Some of them cannot. They don't understand the economy. You can't use a CS because of a UDA party. Choose a CS because of his professionalism that he can help the country. Surely. That is my. He's choosing because of UDA factor. You see, he's not choosing because of. Right now, you can choose a CS from, say, Ruo Nyanza, for example, someone who has a crew who understands what the really economy is, who can help a country's head somewhere. That's one of the main problem he has right now. Quite.
Even as we are talking about the CSS, he's changing everyone in the parastatals and everyone, all corners. One of the reasons that was given is he believes that if you don't support his agenda or you didn't support him during the campaigns and all, you don't qualify to sit in that office. Do you think
that is what
Kenyans don't have people they can rise above political affiliations and all and serve Kenyans? Even though I was in Azimio, I can still serve in a ministry and deliver, despite me from being from a different affiliation.
Yes, that's one of the factors. And then again, there's something I want to put it very clear to you guys. And I think this all Kenyans should know. This one should go to all Kenyans and understand it. Because there's this talking is that the handshake is true word, handshake. What do you understand about handshake? Handshake actually, it was not all about Raila. The handshake was about the country. Raila decided that let us come together and build our country. The friction between the opposition and the governance, you see, this affects the economy of the country. That's what Raila took. But some people are talking shit. They are talking that the Raila wants Nusumukate. Nusumukate is not all about Raila. After all, Raila does not sleep hungry. But what does Nusumukate put the country?
We'll be coming to that. I don't want you to mix everything. Let's stick first to the CAS. Now, the CAS are 50 in number. Some ministries have even up to 4, 5. Today, someone relinquished his post and they said one person was being replaced by 7. Now, if during Uhuru's time, one person could serve what 7 can do now, do you think it is wise to divide it to what Ruto is doing? Do you think it's wise, or because what he's doing is rewarding, but who bears that pain?
That's what I'm saying. He's doing wrong things actually about CS. And on top of that CS, there's something coming in automatically. I don't know whether you see that. Still we have what officers created unnecessary officers, that is spouse officers. You see what I mean? Like I don't know what, But the main point is, if I finish, is doing it wrong way. That's all I can say. Is the way it's doing it, as I said, is not focusing the right way. Right now, it can put choose some CS, like even say 30, but who could have deliver until the economy picks up, and then it can come in and add whatever. And again, this case of offices, of spouse offices, also has an issue. Thank you.
Don't go anywhere, Cosmas. I'm coming to you because there's still a lot you have to talk about. Nancy, Cosmas brings in an interesting issue of the office of the spouse, because before we even had the CASs, we had a launch of a spouse office. There were rumors of an office of the first daughter. Is it first daughter? Those were rumors, but eventually it was confirmed by having an office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. We have the First Lady's office, the Second Lady's office, and now we have the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. What do you make of this? Are we creating offices even to reward those people we term as spouse?
That is, yeah. Oh, right.
It's very right what you said about the way we want to use meritocracy when we choose people in offices. We don't want loyalty. That one will not take our country forward.
Mm-hmm.
But in regards, I like being truthful to what I know. So I know that Musalia Mudavadi opened an office of the spouse of the, but it's not, I checked because I like facts. I checked. It's not going to be funded by the taxman. It's going to be funded by Musalia Mudavadi Foundation. He just wanted to elevate his wife and give her a platform to do something positive for the community. And if you go on her website, you can clearly see what her aims and objectives of that office will be, but none of it will be funded by the tax. So they can create whatever offices they want as long as it's not being bankrolled by us. In regards to the office of the first daughter, I think Charlene misspoke, but I saw a lot of backlash from Kenyans, which they were right to do so if at all there could be such an office, but we all know that was not a fact. So they haven't established that, but David Osiani, he was very disappointed today. I saw his tweet.
Yeah.
And it breaks my heart. And I think it broke every Kenyan's heart when we saw the list. And Manga name has come up on Twitter 101 times. People have no confidence in her. She has her past political career. Someone like Karen, to be honest, Ruto has failed us. Someone like Karen Nyamu should have been evicted from UDA when she fought in Dubai. She has no right to be representing our country any shape or form. She's sending the wrong message to the young women in Kenya. I'm sorry. Ruto has to think his strategy. That one I can't compromise. I support him. I believed in his vision. But I think I'm getting to that point where I'm asking, really? Why are you letting us down?
Continue to talk to us. I can hear a lot is coming out. Ladies and gentlemen, those who are following us live, let us also hear what is saying. We are talking of the CASs at the moment. We'll go to other topics just now, but allow me to say one or two people who have said something at the comment section. LC Sweet says like this: Ruto is already campaigning for 2027. The nominees are meant to cluster his votes come 2027. Bargaining power established. It's not meant for service delivery at all. Campaign strategy detected. Rafael Otieno says, it's great. Handshake was about Kenya and all its development agenda. Keep your tweets coming in. And Nancy, you say that the office was created and there is no funds. But that can be said for us to hear, but behind the tent, probably there is some funding going on because we really can't prove. Because I remember there was one time we were told, for instance, Pauline, if you remember back then, Pauline Joroge was told Kenyans raised an issue about her, and Balala went ahead and said her appointment has been revoked. And the other day we saw Malonza revoking her appointment. So they can say this, but behind the scenes, whatever was meant to happen continues. Do you think it's just a card to hide what they will be doing?
I don't think so, because the government budget, they itemize their budgets. So if Musalia Mudavadi, when the Auditor General audits the office of the Prime Cabinet Minister, it will still come out. And this is why we go to the ballot every 5 years. We can kick them out. If they lie to us, we as voters, we need, and I was hoping that we will stop voting along tribal lines, because I think the reason why Kenya is not going in the right direction is because we are very tribal and we vote along tribal lines. As the young people, our mothers' generations are gone who used to believe huyu ni mtu wetu. We, the young people, should believe in people who can actually do to make Kenya better for our children. Our children are young. If you ask my son what it is to be a Mkikuyu, he doesn't know. He knows he's Kenyan. He doesn't care Mjaluo, Mzungu. He doesn't care. Well, he knows he's Kenyan and he sees himself as a Kenyan. So for me, we need to hold these people into account. If they lie to us, let us all club together and vote properly and vote them out. So I'll wait to see the budget. Once the Auditor General does the audit, that's where we will know the truth or not. But at the moment, I want to take Musalia's word.
Okay. Paul Oguna, are you there? How are you, sir?
Hi, fine, thank you, sir. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for being part of the show. Before I come to you, and I would really love it if I can see your face, I want to go back to Cosmas. Cosmas, Nancy says she believes in what Musalia says, but we have politicians who they will say they will appoint 50% of their cabinet to be ladies or women, rather, and then unfortunately they relent on their word. Do you think the words of Musalia, he'll go back and chew them? Unmute yourself, sir. Unmute yourself.
Oh.
Unmute your mic. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Actually, I'm not sure of, but the way she has put it, that's what they said, that the office is not going to be funded by the government. That is taxpayers' money. So let us wait and see. Actually, let us wait and see.
So these offices will be many. What if other cabinet secretaries decide as well, since most of them are spouses? We have a spouse office for the Ministry of Interior, Ministry for Defense, and all. Do you think, as much as the idea might be good, do you think we need all these offices, whether they are funded by the exchequer or not, or sorry, by us or not?
That's why if you remember what I told you, this guy Ruto, he doesn't understand what economy is. Right? He doesn't exactly understand economy is. Number two, he has people around him who doesn't advise him exactly on how to improve our economy. So those offices are not required as per now, actually, because you can see our situation over the country speaking. Those offices are not necessary for this time. But and he's saying that it's going to improve economy. So I don't know when, but let us wait and see.
Paul Oguna, we are talking about so many things, but we have broken them down to have a topic after another. We began with the CASs. I don't know what you make about the appointments, the 50 people who were raised, Jana, I think, to occupy the office of the CASs. What do you think, Paul Oguna?
I'm worried. I'm a bit worried because, number one, when you want to do something to disapprove the other, you are prone to make mistakes. You know, Ruto took the government because he wanted. I don't know whether Ruto actually wanted to be president. This is now my biggest worry. You know, Kenya is a nation of 50 million plus.
Mm-hmm.
And Ruto has a mandate to be president of all of us. But when Ruto himself is like deciding that he don't want, because how can you have 50 plus 50 CAS? These are deputy may assist. I think assistant ministers. If we talk of the last the constitution that we had before we gave ourselves the 2010 constitution. So I'm still pondering on the way Kenya is going to be, because sincerely we are not heading on the trend is not positive. Things are not going well. Yes.
And to you, sir, will this appointment bring value to the CAS, the cabinet secretaries who are already there, the 22 of them, right? Will it bring more value? Because according to what Gachagua said today, he said that these people are coming in to help his work. For him, he said he has been given 3 because his office has so much to do. So the additional 3 CASs will come in to help him. Do you think this is value addition to to the ministries, or this is just another ploy to reward loyalists?
Definitely it's a ploy to reward loyalists, a ploy to silence Azimio. If you see even the way the appointment is skewed, then you see that it's like appointments were made under pressure, so that to bring some leveling on Raila, so that he don't misbehave, as they may say. But if you look at the appointment itself, it doesn't have add any value. Remember, Kibaki, Raila had 22. I mean, if you look at the appointment of Kibaki and Raila, and we were saying that it was a bloated cabinet, I think you can remember the Grand Coalition cabinet, and we were complaining that it was a bloated cabinet. So if we can have 22 or CAS, and then we add on top of them 50 CAS, that is like 72 in the cabinet, earning, driving cars, doing every. Just imagine. And you know, I have yes.
Well, just one second. Louise, I can see you behind the scenes. If you could activate either your camera or your mic, you'll be able to be part of the show. You haven't activated either a camera or a mic. That's why you are not connected. Louise, I can see you behind the tent. For you to be part of the show, you have to either activate your mic or your camera. I would suggest you activate the mic, because if you deactivate both of them, you can't be part of the panel. Go ahead, Paul. Sorry for interrupting your chain of thought.
Okay, thank you. I'm positive. Okay, so if you look at the way things are happening in Kenya, especially about the cabinet, the CS appointment, if I don't see any value that these people are going to add to the government, it is politics. And you know, it is very dangerous. The economy is not doing well. How do we take a lot of money? How do we accumulate a lot of money to pay people just because we want to prove others? We want to make others see that we can do without them seriously. What is Kidero going to do? What value is Kidero going to add in trade ministry? What value is the? I heard Osiani saying that David Osiani, former CS, I think he was CS was saying that he's handing over to 7 CAS. An individual handing over to 7 people. Are we serious, Kenyans? Are we really serious? A job that was being done by 1 person is now given to 7 people. These people are going to earn the same salary that 1 person was earning. Are we serious? Ebu fanya hesabu, wewe umefanya hesabu kama mtu mmoja alikuwa na earn 230, alafu the same job, the same designation inaenda kupewa watu wa 7. Calculate 230 by 7. It is wastage. Kenya, kama hatuwezi kuacha siasa kufanya vitu zetu, umejua in Kenya we need a leader. We need somebody like Museveni. We need people like Kagame. Yesterday I saw Kagame and how that man is running Rwanda, and I said this is why the Rwandese could not even allow him to go. He will be president until he die, because that man has a vision for his country. You know, you don't please people, you work for people. If you want to be a leader, it happened that there was a time I was a leader. I was a church leader, and because I hate nonsense. I wanted to do things not to please people, but to exactly show leadership. You know, you need to show leadership. You don't need to please people. And it is very unfortunate that we are having such leaders in Kenya today. And ni makosa, tutalia labda Monday kama Mungu atatusaidia, kama kuna kitu inaweza badilika. Kenya is headed for the worst. Ruben Kigame amesema leo.
I'm coming to you on that. Allow me to have Nancy kidogo. Nancy, if you're still there. Nancy, are you part of us?
Yeah, hi.
Hi. Now, I wanted to ask, if the president can appoint 50 to be in his cabinet as CASs, what will prevent the governors, since some of these things are devolved, what will prevent them from appointing even more people in offices that they can create and tell people it's necessary? What will prevent governors from borrowing a leaf from what the president is actually doing?
So my view on this one is actually that Ruto has opened a can of worms that will come to affect even the devolved units. So what we need, and this is what I've always asked myself, that why the Kenyans do not have a platform to call government to order through parliament and actually demand, like that's what I was saying, we can start a petition, and if it hits a certain number of people, we get them to debate it in parliament and give us answers as Kenyans, because I think that we the young people are the only people who will stop these kind of things going on, because I can't see how our MPs are in bed with the executive, and it's so, to me, even governors can do it. We have seen them appoint their sister-in-laws, brother-in-laws. Did you not see what happened to the Meru governor when she was big? They were trying to impeach her. Some of the things that came out there were things that she was doing with her spouse, which were illegal. We shouldn't be having that. We need to professionalize our institutions so that they can work the way they should, and people should be elected. That's why I said, I think because the politicians think Kenyans are full, we actually need to put the numbers down, how many of them they can have and what they can't, because we've given them the free will, but they're treating us like fools.
Okay, Paul, the same question. Do you see a situation where governors will reciprocate what the president is doing by appointing what Nancy is saying, including their spouses, their brothers and sisters, to offices, and probably even have a justification for such appointments? Do you see this trickling down? Because we have a model, they say the bottom up, but already there's something trickling down of serious appointments. You see it trickling down to counties.
Exactly. Definitely, yes. You
Mhm.
know, I think the government, like Nancy has said, it is Kenyans. You know, it is written in the Bible that leadership is a reflection of you are led by people who are like you. I think it is in the book of Proverbs. People are led by their likes.
Mhm.
And because there's so much extravagance
Mhm.
in Kenya, we don't care. We don't care wastage. We don't care doing things. In fact, we are not good planners. And that's why even our leaders are doing things in impunity. If you see what our government is doing today, then it is exactly a reflection of impunity. And it is because they wananchi themselves. If we have divided ourselves in tribes, you know, we cannot call the government into order. There is no way we can point the government that you are wrong when I see myself a lawyer, you see yourself a Kikuyu, the other person see himself a Luo, the other person see themselves Kambas. We cannot call them to order. And imagine we are paying taxes so that we can get services. We are paying taxes so that we can get medicines in the hospitals. We are paying taxes so that our roads can be good. And if our taxes are being misquandered in our eyes just because we are divided along tribal lines, we cannot call these people to order. Some people celebrating that one of them has been appointed a CAS. Seriously. And at the expense of your child who is going to school. I took my daughter to Form 1 recently. And if that is how, in fact, some maybe I'm having some job I can pay for the fees. And how about that widow who doesn't have any job? And she must also pay for the school fees. We are wrong. And we need to call ourselves first to order ourselves. It is we who must change so that we have people in power who are having authority over us, who are also the same way we are thinking. You know, the problem, it is not because of leaders. It is because of us. How dare can a leader, can we have 70? Okay, mkubwa, nionyeshe hiyo hall yenye hao watu watakaa kama itakuwa na cabinet meeting.
Nancy, I have a question for you. I believe all these offices have, I don't know to call them technocrats or people who have knowledge in these departments. If it is the Ministry of Interior, there is the army, there's people who work in it. So the CS first comes in to offer leadership. Do we need a CAS to come help the CS, or probably what should have happened is to equip the offices, to equip more, to have competent, supportive staff,
But that
those
was
who are already working there.
that's the point I
And
made.
not,
That's the point earlier where I said, in every when a chief executive of an organization is away, they don't go recruiting for another chief executive equal post who can take care of the business. They enable the structure of the business to support whatever work they're doing because they equip the junior staff, or they appoint one of senior person who would act on behalf of the cabinet secretary and actualize when this person is away. And in this day and age, whether Moses Kuria is in America, he can carry his laptop and work from there. I can't see why he cannot be answering his email because he's in America. I'm here. Sometimes I travel to Kenya and I work from Kenya. And I'm able to do what I'm supposed to do because these days a physical office doesn't matter. You don't have to be in one place to be able to work. So what they're telling us is a lot of nonsense. That's why I said they treat us with a lot of impunity. And Paul is right. The leaders we choose are a reflection of our own morals. And if you remember that before, when we were going through the elections, I called so many people on the platform to order because we seem to always go to our tribal cocoons. That will never help Kenya. This is what these politicians are using against us because we are divided. And it's a tool that they've known. They use it against us because we are divided. But me and my brother Paul, Cosmas and the others, if we can agree on policy, then they would not win. But they win against us because we love kusema mimi ni Mkikuyu, mimi ni Mbaluya. And when I went for Ruto, I thought he was going to be a president like Kagame. His traits were so similar to Kagame to a point that when I look at him now, I don't see it anymore. So yeah, so this was the wrong move, and I don't.
Paul, what do you see? Is has the president failed to bring out the talent people thought he had, or the leadership people felt he had within him, or was it just an act?
That's why I still blame ourselves. President Ruto, in fact, Ruto did not even hide himself. Mm-hmm. We knew Ruto before he even aspired to be president. And mm-hmm. I had a friend of mine, a Kalenjin, someone from Rift Valley, who know Ruto. He's a neighbor. His home and Ruto's home are almost at the same place. And he told me that this man is hawa ni watu ambao waliinuka katika hali ya ujanja. This man ni mtu ambaye aligundua kutumia ukora na ujanja kufika mahali amefika. And if you look at Ruto, in fact, the first there was a time I had Ruto saying that the first million he got was he got it after he sold the land that Moi gave him in Eldama Ravine. He earned his first million after selling a public land that was given to him by President Moi in Eldama Ravine. Authority to be president over us. Someone who was crook and means of, in fact, you cannot even, he even cried. Sometimes I saw him in Nakuru crying. And people are saying like, this man is now, this is the holy person, the serious person that can be president. But most people, there were people who knew Ruto who said this man is a liar. And we could not even, some of us, because of emotions, because we didn't want Uhuru, because we didn't want Raila, we went for somebody who could not even stand. Ruto cannot manage a country like Kenya, I'm telling you. Kenya,
Nancy,
somebody like Ruto cannot manage Kenya.
Nancy, do you agree that what Paul is raising, were we blinded by what he would tell us? Did we vote with emotions? Or was he pretending, or are we judging him too early?
And as I said earlier, I think I don't want to discount what Paul has said because his opinion is valid, but I respectfully kind of disagree. I think it's too early to judge whether he was lying to us or not. He has made a few errors that has made us start thinking and looking at him differently. And I think that we still need to give him time, because even when you get married, you can make one mistake today, but it doesn't mean that that's the end of your marriage. You still have to work on it and keep hoping for the best. That's so true. I would say that we entered a contract with Ruto from what he sold to us. 6 months is very early to judge him, but it doesn't look good so far. He's dented the confidence of diehard supporters like me, but I would not write him off. I'll give him I want to give it 12 to 18 months for me to have a kind of good rounded view of whether he lied to us or not.
But Nancy, that now also brings in this question. We have time to say that time is ticking, and 7 months down, and as you say, there's not so much we can talk about. Then after the 7 months, we'll go to 12 months, we'll go to 18 months. Where do you think we'll begin to see some positivity coming on board? Because they keep on changing the goalposts. They would say today, in this coming month, this is what we're going to do. In this coming month, this is what we are going to do. And somehow, the patience of Kenyans at times, it will reach a point it will run dry. So what do you make of him promising that in 6 months, in 12 months, there will be some change? Do you think we should still keep waiting upon hope that it will happen, or what should we wait for? What, as a Kenyan that you are, what are you looking forward to?
So let me answer your question in a different way.
Uh-huh.
So Kenyans are not the only people who are struggling. I'm not in Kenya.
Uh-huh.
But I can tell you, where I am, I've never known life to be as hard as this. For the last 25 years that I've been out of my country, I've never known a time that I kind of watch my budget so keenly to see where I spend every coin. So when we look at the backdrop that Ruto became the president of Kenya, he came when we have a global crisis. So the cost of living is high across the board. Whether you speak to somebody in America, I used to fuel my car, I would spend £40. Today, I'm spending £100. I haven't had a pay increase, or that has meant I have to tighten my budget in different areas. Mm-hmm. I was having a laugh with you yesterday, telling you that I haven't been going for a social event is a luxury these days. Well, before, every Friday you want to go out and meet friends and have nyama choma. It doesn't happen anymore. So the backdrop that he came to the office, there are challenges that he met, which it's nothing to do with him. It's just the environment currently, it's a bit difficult. But there is more that this government can do to cushion the people of Kenya. And when I looked at the unga price, I can see it came from 230. It's kind of going between 170, 180, depending on where you are. So that's the economy is going in the right direction to some extent. But because he campaigned on so many promises, he never thought that we'll have Ukraine war. That would send the price, because remember, whenever fuel and electricity prices are high, everything goes up. So that did not come up during his campaign. That has come in when he's become the president. So he's having to rethink most of the things he thought he would implement. Also, he found a country that the budget was not there. He found, if it is true what he's told us, we will know truly when the Auditor General looks at the accounts that were left by Uhuru. And if it's true he found no money, then he has to change his priority. That's why I said we might not see as much as we wanted because of the promises he gave to us. But I think we still need to give it time, because everyone is hurting. It's not only Kenya.
Okay, well said. Allow me to say hi to Ashley and Angie behind the scenes. How are you, Ashley? Ashley, can you hear me? Ashley, are you there? Okay. Now, Paul, before Ashley comes on, and Angie.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Welcome. Good to have you.
Thank you.
We are talking on so many issues, and we began, or we're still on this topic on the appointment of the CAS. There are 50 of them, and to Kenyans, that's a huge number to start with. Now, do we even need them in the first place? So what do you make of this? What do you make of the appointments? Are some of these people who have been appointed, do they really qualify to hold such positions?
I haven't had a chance to see the list of the people who have been appointed, but I don't remember Kenyans telling Ruto that our problem is leadership. We told him he was hungry. So I think his concentration should have been on making sure that we have food, that every child goes to bed with food. I don't think we have a deficiency of leaders in Kenya. So I think he's feeling like he has 5 years and he's just trying to strategize for 2027, disregarding the people. And we have allowed them to disregard us because we do not hold our leaders accountable. These people waiting to go to Maandamano on Monday should have asked Raila what is so different about now, because when he went to the handshake, he said, never again will we fight because of politics. So is he a liar? Because the same reason that we were on the streets in 2027 and 2028 until up to the handshake is this very same reason he is asking people to go back on the streets, and some will get killed. Now, those ones who were killed last time, have you ever had him visiting even one family or supporting even one family of those people? They died and they are forgotten. What did we accomplish with them dying? Nothing. Handshake. Who did it benefit? So, supposing he marched to State House and was able to take State House, guess what? He will go do exactly or even worse than what Ruto is doing. So, to the supporters of Ruto,
Nancy, allow me to cut you short. Sorry for interrupting your chain of thought. Do you want us to go to talk about the Maandamano, or we first finish up with the CAS?
It's combined. It's that's my answer. Maybe as the teacher now you're going to mark me wrong for going off topic, but to me it is off topic. It is on topic, because what we're discussing here about whether the thing is, when someone shows you like you don't matter, even if you keep talking, it's noise. And what I'm trying to tie them is together with Raila. It's the same, whether you're Azimio, whether you're Kenya Kwanza, they are not different. It is just who gets to eat. Is it the Azimio side or is it the Kenya Kwanza side? What they are doing is eating. They're not putting them there to work, because if they are putting there to work, how many MPs have gone to parliament to say we have a bloated payroll? We have a bloated payroll. We don't need extra ACS. No, none of them. So if the ones we have now are not fighting for us, what is the discussion? And by the way, do you know what else they want to do? They want to fulfill the 1/3 gender rule by increasing the number of women. They are not listening. So we have to think how we make them listen. That's what we're getting to. So it is the same. We can talk about the CSs, but they will continue to do what they want until they cannot ignore us. You see why they are feeding. It's like when Raila was in, and that's where I was going. It's the same as the CS. What happened that made him stop what he wants to start again now? And he promised never again with Kenya fight because of politics. But the same person now is saying we have to go for electoral justice. Why did Aisha Juma stop following him in 2018? It's because he went behind their back. And whatever he's now reviving, he went and he was given a handshake, which means he was given a check, and he kept quiet. He was quiet during the COVID. He was quiet when VAT was being raised. Actually, he supported Uhuru. And his people are the poorest. He was quiet. The reason they are making noise.
I don't support that.
Okay.
Paul, just a moment. I'll have you next. Allow Ashley to finish her chain of thought. He
was quiet during VAT. He was quiet during the COVID billionaires. He was quiet when Ruto was being harassed when he was campaigning. So he did not ask. You see, like, there's a time when Obama was campaigning, someone from McCain's side came and said, Barack Hussein Obama, he's a Muslim. He stopped him. That is called statesmanship. He told that supporter, I have a difference with Obama on policy, but he is a good American, just like I am. He stopped him from abusing Obama and trying to call him a terrorist because he was implying that he's a Muslim. That is where Raila fails. When Uhuru was mistreating Ruto, even during the campaign and helping and trying to stop him or trying to interfere with his campaign, Raila was happy. Do you remember during the BBI, who did not see them laughing at Ruto? That is the problem. As long as something is being done for him, he doesn't say anything. Now, when it is his turn, and that's what GX was saying, that now Mulkomen is quiet, Alice Wahome is quiet, they are being stopped. No, they are not. Those are not people to be stopped. They are eating. So they are comfortable now. So they can't talk because nothing is pressuring them. Didn't you hear what's his name? Itumbi say freedom has come. It wasn't for you. It was for them. Their freedom has come. So we, as the people, we need to look for someone like us and put him there so that our interest can be taken. Now the people who are going on Monday, do you know who they are going to protect? If Raila was given what he thinks is fair for him, you will not hear him open any mouth. So since we know that from the past, we saw him what he did. He says he was not in Usumukate, but he got whatever he wanted. He got the red carpet, he got everything, and he was quiet. Can you imagine how many people were crying during the COVID? The money was stolen. He did not say anything. He started, even the cost of living was still high during Uhuru's time. He was quiet. He just started speaking. And now he's speaking because he's out in the cold. It's not because he cares about us. Today, Gaucho went to their Jacaranda meeting and gave 7 scholarships. 7 for 70,000. He said Raila gave out those 70,000. Raila can come up with more money than that. But it is just, it's like throwing some meat to the dogs. So when will we stand and say we are not foolish as we think? There is no, the other time when they were saying Matiang'i did some things, they started saying it is the Kiksis that have been fought. Did you not see Raila going to prison, I mean to the jail or to DCI for Matiang'i? Yet, he did not go, I'm going off.
Just one moment before we go to all those topics so that other panelists can be able to have a right of reply and also to help the debate be smooth. I encourage you to have all those ideas on board. We appreciate all of them. But there are things you have raised that I would want to hear from others, what you have said. So some are very pertinent issues that you're raising. Before I come to Nancy, I want to ask Paul this question that Nancy is actually rather is raising. If it was Raila, do you think it would have been different?
Okay, Mr. Jakes, let me first correct and Ashley for saying that Raila is being followed by poor people. One, I'm a staunch follower of Raila, I'm not poor. There was a time in Mombasa, I was in a conference.
Sorry if that was said. Go ahead.
Okay, we are not poor. People who follow Raila, most of them are not poor. I thank God because God has given us something to eat. Okay, let us talk about the mess we are in the country today. Let us face the reality. You know, the problem with us Kenyans is that we tend to blame others for mistakes that belongs to us.
Okay.
Let us go back to Madam Nancy. Madam Nancy was saying something about how optimistic they were and about the presidency of Ruto, that the presidency of Ruto will deliver. She told us that let us give him time. It is only 6 months away. And I wanted to remind ourselves of President Mwai Kibaki when he took over in 2003. In 2002 December, and in 2003, Mr. Mwai Kibaki rolled programs, and we saw the differences. In fact, in 3 months, things were happening. In 2 months, children were going to school, free primary education. You remember, The first time in the history of this country when, in fact, Moi was having a budget of 230 billion. And Kibaki, in his first term, in his first week, in his first month of being president, he rolled out some of the most ambitious programs that you've never seen in this country. It is not because because Mr. Ruto got a government that the coffers were empty. If coffers are empty, we can't have 1.6 billion for hospitality. Okay, let us talk about the bloated cabinet. That was where we were, our point of discussion. You know, when I'm extravagant, you can't change me. You know, people are their minds. The quality of who you are is in your mind. There is no way you can, unless you train me, you give me some skills to know how to operate my things in a level that will make me live, not to live large. And when I am extravagant, when I don't see other people suffering, you know, let us be fair. Let us be fair. Even if we talk about Raila and these failures and the failures of Uhuru and the failures of everybody, let us also look at the Kibaki regime. And when Kibaki took over when Kenya was almost down. You remember, Kenya, we did not even have aid from IMF and World Bank. We were having some things like structural programs from the IMF. And Kibaki took over. We started from there, and you know what happened. I know you were there, and you know what happened. We can still have people who are serious, who are patriotic, and who love their country. I saw Mama Samia Suluhu recently mocking Kenya that we don't have even the dollars in our reserve, and saying that they have for 4 months. And we sometimes, in fact, I commented in a certain post that we Kenyans, we are becoming, in fact, I don't know even how we can define ourselves. Because instead of seeing the real problem, our problem is not in Raila, our problem is in us. When we go to choose our leaders, we go to choose our leaders blaming other leaders. You cannot go to choose while blaming others and expect to have a good leader. You know, okay, you in your office where you work, when you have junior staff, and some of these senior staff are talking and gossiping, backbiting the others, backbiting themselves before the junior staff. Can junior staff respect you in their positions? No. The problem with the Kenyans is that we go to choose, we go to do elections in emotions. We go to punish Raila because Raila had a handshake. And now we want to punish him. We remind him that because you went for a handshake and because you were given you were given money and you were given red carpet, so we are good to suffer. No. And we are not. I told you the other time that we need to change our mindset first. You know, the devil does not control our bodies. He controls our minds. Okay. And he directs us. The devil wants to bring conflict amongst us. He built a stronghold in our minds and remind us. You know, when I keep on reminding myself that I'm a Luya, I keep on reminding myself that I'm a Luo. Can being a Luya or a Luo bring anything good to me if I don't work hard? No, I must work hard. And I must have a plan for myself. So that's why I was telling ourselves that if we want to change, let us start it from ourselves. Let us start it right inside our bedrooms. Let us declare that we want to be different. Kenyans we will never grow. We will never reach anywhere. We will never we will never reach, we will never have what we want if we still have that mentality of blaming people while solving problems. You know, when we want to solve problems, let us tackle the problem. Let us talk about the problem. Our problem is extravagant leadership. Whether it is Raila, Ruto, Uhuru, or who, our problem is extravagant leadership. How can we have 72 men sitting, men and women, sitting in a hall that they are cabinet? What are they going to discuss? Sincerely, can't we stop the government from being extravagant? Can't we call out the government and tell them? Because we have a voice. This is a democratic country. We can speak, our voice can be heard. Why somebody like Kidero who worked in Mumias, he worked in Chemeli, in nation newspapers, he worked everywhere, he has money. Kidero in Kisumu, I'm in Kisumu now as I speak now. Kidero akona estate kutoka State House mpaka huko Dunga. Kidero mtu moja. That building yenye ile former Chartered Bank, hiyo yenye Kentons imebrand hiyo ni ya Kidero. Somebody who is so rich. Why do we want to continue giving them more money at our expense, at the expenses of our children? We need school fees for our children. We need basic commodities to be brought. Why do we continue paying these people money? For what purpose? Why engineer Gumbo is a water engineer? He can even go and work in Qatar. It is not a must that we must give them jobs. Why do we entertain those nonsense? And then we come saying that because Uhuru alifanya hivi, so we also enjoy doing wrong because we are paying the evils of Uhuru. Do we pay evils of Uhuru by doing other evils? Is it right for us? Is it right for our generations? Can't we sober up, Kenyans? Madam Ashley, can you sober up and think of this nation and think of Kenya? Because, you know, when we fail, when Kenya fail, we fail all of us. Lawyers came from Congo. And when we fail today in Kenya, we will not be failing in Congo. We'll be failing in Kenya. We cannot afford to have a nation where people do not care for the others. I remember Jaramogi one time, I was in Form 1, and Jaramogi was saying that when I die, I would like to leave Kenya a good place to live on, a country where unemployed are enjoying salary from the state, and a country where people mind welfare of others. We need to mind welfare of others. Yes.
I love your chain of thought, Bwana Paul. Allow me to interrupt you so that I can acknowledge the presence of other panelists. Number one, I want to acknowledge Angie behind the scenes. How are you, sir? Mfalme wa Kitaa. Vipi jamaa, nakuona? Happy to see you. Rhoda Sila. Is it Sira? Can I call you that? Happy to see you. Thank you for being part of the show. I hope you're with us. We are happy to have you. We are discussing a myriad of issues. We are on this topic of the appointment of the CASs. Forgive our panelists, they're going all over, but we'll still always try to go back to what you're discussing so that we don't juggle everywhere and then finally probably lose the main agenda for the show tonight. Angie, you came before Mfalme and Rhoda. Can I ask you, sir, do you agree with these 50 appointments that were brought in today, or rather yesterday? And what is your take on these appointments? Do you think they will better what we already have as CS and the cabinet as it is? Angie, it's you, sir.
Yes, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Umejita Angie na ni Angela ule wetu. Sasa Angela.
I think our president. Go find.
Umeweka pia kamera kwa angle, nimepita saa, so pole.
So,
But go ahead. Sorry, ni yule Angela wetu. Karibu sana kwa cheo. Endelea.
Asante. So my take is this: our president is making himself to be loyal to his supporters who supported him during the campaign time. He has forgotten about the wananchi. Now he's just busy concentrating on people who surrounded him.
Angela, your mic, or rather your connection is breaking off. Angela, can you hear me? You're breaking. We can't hear you properly. As you work on your end, Mfalme wa Kitaa, you came before Rhoda. How are you, sir?
I'm good.
Now,
You getting me?
Tunakupata vizuri as Angie is working on her mic. What do you make of these appointments?
To me, this is so ridiculous.
Aha.
Because I was going through the list, and for sure it is shameful. It's lack of knowledge. It's stupidity of the highest order. As I was going through the list, I saw like that post for David Osiani. We are hiring 3 idiots to head the same post that Osiani.
Just one moment, Mfalme. Allow me to ask you to kindly use words, despite your grievances, use words that, because this show is seen and rather being watched by many people. So don't call them idiots. Allow me not to ask to make you, or rather to let that pass by. Just speak of the CASs. Let us give all of them that term. Don't call anyone names, so that we are able to have a candid talk, that we don't make someone in US, someone in Korogocho feel offended. Because these idiots, you call them, they have supporters. So let's try to be respectful, kidogo. But go ahead.
Okay, I will withdraw that Katam idiots anyway.
It's well.
So as I was speaking, you look at that kind of arrangement. You find that apples like the one David Osiani was holding, you have appointed 3 people. Each is going to earn over 700. Now that's 3 times what Osiani was earning. Then another question is, these 3 people, it is same one job. So you mean if it is paperwork, all of them will be doing paperwork? 2, to me, those positions in this kind of administration or arrangement, they are irrelevant. Now you have a minister, you have a principal secretary. Have you read the job description of CIS? It's just like a duplication of duties. Then 2, if they are there in that particular arrangement in this particular government, which kind of jobs or delegations are going to carry out? To me, I see it as overburdening the citizens. It's a way too much far-fetched. I think the president could have just gone, like the way the ministries are. If there are 22 ministries, he could hire only 22. Or if you have other ministries that are, there can be 2 in, like it's a broad ministry, like that one of interior, because interior you have, it's a broad ministry. You have prisons, you have police, you have what? It's broad. At least there you could separate. At least you have 3 or 4. That one is understood. But 50. Then 2, you are picking people who have been rejected politically. You could not make it in to the parliament or to women rep or to be governors. Others are former governors. Others are governors who have retired or they have finished their terms. They're also giving you the same job. Now ask myself, somebody like me, I graduated in 2011. I don't have a job. I studied public administration. I deserve that job. I can't get it as a young man like me. So when will I be hired? If I go for election, I can't win. I don't have money. Can't compete. If I come out that I want to campaign as an MP or even an MCA, cannot make it. I don't have money.
I hear
You see
you.
that? So to me, it's a grief. We are totally in darkness. We are heading in the wrong direction. Then another thing I want to plead
Just
with
we go.
Kenyans.
Just a moment before we go to the other thing. Rhoda,
Yes.
what do you make of what Mfalme is saying? He says he can't really make to some of this position despite him being qualified, as he says, but the president has appointed 50 people. What do you make of that, and what you connect to what Mfalme is also saying?
I'm sorry, for me, I was just passing by.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not UDA. I don't
No,
recognize Ruto as a president, so I cannot talk about anything about Ruto, his minister, because I'm not UDA. But
it's okay.
so I cannot talk. I can just contribute, say that Ruto, he was lying because he doesn't follow our law. He bring a lot of ministers and a lot of PS, so he doesn't respect the law. He's abusing the law, and he was lying that he is bringing people who are more hustler, and those people he bring them like Kidero is a rich people have been governor. He could bring somebody like Kokoteni guy to be PS, somebody poor, somebody really poor, somebody have nothing to lift him up, because that's the way he was saying to us. He was saying to the people when he was doing campaign. So for me, I'm a Azimio Ramoja. Ruto, he's not my president. Raila is my president. I just come here because we live in a democracy country, and you have right to write what you want, and that's where democracy works. Democracy is why you have right to support anybody you want, as long we are all Kenya, we respect one another and love one another. But for me, Ruto is not my president. My president is Raila Amolo Odinga, and that's why I'm expecting that the power he'll get power to him. That's what I come here to say.
Okay, thank you so much.
We were here Mutebei before, and then we move another. But I respect all Kenyans, and I love all Kenya. I don't have problem, but my heart and my soul, I love Raila Amolo Odinga. He's a man. He's my president, and I like him. And I'm Azimio Damu. So for me, I don't recognize Ruto as my president, but I come here because we are all Kenyans. It's about respect one another. We think different. People, they think different, but it's about respect one another and love one another, as long we are all Kenyans, right?
Okay, and we respect you, Rhoda, and we love your sentiments. Thank you so much for, one, being truthful, and number two, for allowing your sentiments to come out the way you feel are okay. We want to assure you we support everyone, because we believe in the rights to speak and in and the freedom of expression. So you are in the right place. Feel at home. We might not agree with you. Others may agree with you. And that's why you are here, so that everyone is given an opportunity to air out. Now, Tony, karibu sana. I can see you. Happy to have you. Mfalme, you are saying something, that you have a qualification, yet you feel you and many people like us and you were not considered, but loyalists, those who campaigned, or rather those who were with Ruto when he was campaigning, were appointed. So do you think it was wise of him, or how would it have been done different?
Jake, as Mfalme answers, then he answered the question. We had an advertisement when the CAS was rolled out. Did he apply and his application was rejected, or did he just think? Because sometimes I want to understand when people say,
Nancy, can I have you, because we can't see you?
Oh, you want to see me?
Yeah, so that because it's only the voice that's coming out, we can't. There.
So what is, we had the application rolled out. People were invited to apply. He says he's a graduate. He feels he has the qualification and the skills to become a CAS. Did he try to apply? Did he get a response, or what happened?
Mfalme, take it on.
What I think is, first of all, if you are running a government, the problem of Kenyan kind of administration that we have, we think when you pick people who are shouting on top of the vehicles, you will deliver. And that's why Kibaki's administration was so different from Uhuru's and this one of Ruto. So different. Because Kibaki never picked people who are shouting on top of the vehicles. Now, another point. In 2013, yeah, there was advertisements for county commissioner and deputies. We started applying by then. And I remember that time, they shortlisted 743 positions. My friend, I will not explain what happened. 2, this one we also, of course, some of us we could not even dare and apply because you know the outcome automatically. That is it. There's no need. Me, I'm telling you facts. We have been applying for jobs in this country since I graduated in 2011, and I tell you for sure. First of all, your name will betray you. 2, you don't have connections. 3, if you don't have money to buy that job, you'll not get it. And the last chance is when God will spotlight you, is when you get that job. And I'm telling you for sure, and I'm not alone. Other youth will confirm that. So what I'm trying to say is this. In administration, any country, if you want to deliver to your people, go for the mind. Go for the brains. And that's why you see countries like Botswana, a country like Rwanda, when you see their kind of administration, it is brain-based, not noise-based. And that's why you see that administrations like in the US and the UK, they prosper because they picked people on qualifications, people with brains. So whichever kind of president comes, the administration continues, services continues to be delivered and on point. And that's why somebody will ask me a question, or I pose this question. Why is it that a country like Qatar, they don't have minerals, don't have much oil, but see where they are? Go to Malaysia, they don't have much minerals, but look where they are. So the main point is, it is leadership. Kibaki showed us leadership. He picked the best brains. He picked Raila Odinga for roads. You see what the kind of roads we have today. Look at the likes of Mudi Awori. Look at the kind of prisons we have today. Go to education. So I thought he was there, the professor. So as you proceed, you will see the kind of brains that you bring in your administration will either make the country to prosper or stagnate. And I'm telling you for sure, this one, we are stagnating, or if we are not careful, we are going to flop as a nation. We're going to flop. Because
Thank you, Mpalme. Thank you,
Yes.
Mpalme. We have so many panelists. Others are behind the scenes. Omeka too shouting. That's why we can't see them. And before I come to Ashley, I want to bring in Tony, rather. Tony, how are you, sir?
I'm good.
Now we are discussing on the appointments, and we truly want to summarize this so that we can go to the next issue. Do you think the decision to have 50 of them was based on an idea that they will come help the 22 who are already the CSs, or this is just another form of wastage of resources in the ploy of we are appointing CSs? What's your take, sir?
Personally, thank you for being here. Personally, I support Baba. I even wrote a song, Baba. A song is on YouTube. So once Ruto was declared the president, I said, you know what, let's give him a chance. You know, Nancy said, Ashley said, let's give him a chance. But I got disappointed when they started being angry and talking badly about Raila, talking badly about people, lying about Uhuru. I expected them to take a step back, like what my brother is saying, like Kibaki did, and bring people together who are expertise. And disappointment is to bring somebody like Kidero. Kidero was the governor of Nairobi. Kidero in the leadership, and he's older. and to see a lot of university students roaming without jobs. And also, there's no mamambogas. So I got disappointed on that point. And there's no second chance. You only get one chance. The second chance is a disaster. To me, I wanted to give him a chance as a Baba supporter, the man who wrote a song. But when he started calling out Uhuru, when he started trying to arrest Matiang'i, all those things threw them out of the vision or whatever they wanted to do with their manifesto. They started so many wars. If you want to fight so much war, you can't go to your basic. And the reason why they went back to zero is to choose the older people. The people who've been, like my brother said, there's this guy who is an engineer. He was the governor of Kisumu. Why choose these people? Why bring these people in the government? And we have so many people who are smart. So he has continued failing and failing. And there's never a second chance. If you fail in the beginning, it's going to be a roller coaster. And if somebody says that, oh, he needs time, how come Kibaki did it in 2 months? How come Kibaki gave free education in 2 months, like what my brother is saying? So personally, that's a big dilemma. I wanted to give him a chance, but the anger with the Shagwa has been horrible. And I think that's the reason why. But okay, as I finish, Baba was quiet. If you remember, after election, Baba went silent. But these people, they kept on poking them. Uhuru, Matiang'i, and the government, there's no money, and you discover they were by their 1.5 billion. So the problem that messed them up is continued spreading anger. If they took a step back and what we've won this thing, let's bring Kenya together and let's unite and say, bring the Mama Mboga. Somebody the person advising these people is misleading them. If they see the assistant minister or Mama Bogas, come on, like there's a woman, an old lady from Morang, I think. You know what I'm talking about? They should have said, okay, come, I don't know who's advising these people, man. They've really messed up, and I'm really disappointed. I'm sad for them because they lied to people. Thank you. They really lied. It's so horrible. Kidero, oh my, Kidero of all the people. It's a sad thing.
Tony, I feel you and I hear you. Allow me to bring in Tom as Ashley. Just allow us to listen to this new guy. Tony, how are you? Tom, rather. Tom Moruko.
Oh, you are saying Tony. You are saying Tony, so I listened.
Your names are
yes.
One karibu sana to the show.
I don't know
Tony,
whether
Tony says he's a disappointed man. What are you with these appointments? 50 of them. Nai economy. What do you think?
For me, I have heard my friend Kita was been complaining about that appointment. I don't know whether he knows somebody because where the age and the era we are, if you need a job, you must know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody. So if you are not in that category, my friend, do some research and do some innovation and make something out of there to make your life better. But if you think about going to the government, that's when you will have a job or sustain yourself to raise a family and maybe to do some development. Forget about it. Where we are going now, even if you are an atheist or you are a Christian, but if you are from a Christian perspective of view, nothing will be better as we go by. That's what is there. If you are a Christian and you read the Bible, nothing will be better. Think about this. When Kenya got independence, there was a coalition of parties. Kadu versus Kau, then we had Kanu. You know the coalitions have been there. Until now, we have Kenya Kwanza has a coalition. Last regime, they were in a coalition. And now we have a coalition going Kenya Kwanza and Azimio. These are the people who are driving the beast. The beast is you and me. Is the voters. So you can't get a job there. Why? They must keep the interest. You are important when they will come to ask for vote. After that, that is all. If you are expecting to have Mama Mboga to be a CEO, to be a CEO, forget about it. Yeah. So I think where we are now, don't say that we need a government which will work like America, a government which like will work. You know, Kibaki did this work. Yeah. The way Kibaki did, you can't get there. Just think about this. How was the dollar then during Kibaki time with the Kenya shilling and now? A huge difference. I knew the dollar when the Minister of Finance was Simon Nyaja the late. It was 72. That's when I knew there is something called the dollar, there is something called the euro. But if you think now, if you can see now about the dollar and the Kenya shillings, and when I knew it, when it was 72, when the Minister of Finance was Nyachai, it is a very huge difference. So, because we have seen that African governments are copying the way the government, African government are copying what the West is doing. So that one has translated even to us as citizens. We want our government to behave like America. We want our government to behave like, no. Now everything will be not there. Even this government, which we are saying to behave like them, they are poorly managed as well. They have their own problems, which even if you ask their citizens to tell you their problems, you can't feel it. You will say that in fact you have no problem. The citizens of these countries, they work hard. Systems are working, but for this government which are complaining, their systems are not working. Yeah, Mr. Jacques. So if you see, even say about jobs, how many shifts do people work in Kenya? Yes, I'm not in Kenya. I'm in America. How many shifts are there in Kenya? People wake up to go to work from 7 out of 8 up to 5. So there is no any system or any registration that can tell the companies now you can employ people in different shifts, divide them. Yeah, make it we have like 3 shifts or 4 shifts or just 3 shifts or 2. Start with 2, so that somebody can come to work at 5, then he can leave at 2. Yeah, then okay. that one will make employment. So for now, forget, there is no any better. And okay. Even the government will come, even if Raila will be given a chance, no better government or governance will be in Africa or in Kenya.
Okay, just before I come to you, Tony, let me ask Ashley what Tom is saying.
Okay, what was Tom saying? Sorry. Is it about government being involved? I didn't hear what Tom said.
Jake, what's going on? Are you floating?
I think it's frozen.
So Tom, you said you're in America if Jake's come back. So you've told us to be pessimistic instead of optimistic. And I think that's the wrong way to go when people are down. When the can is down, you don't kick it harder down. You try to raise the spirit so that even the people who are in Kenya all of us as Kenyans, we can work together. Because for me, as I've always said, it's not about Raila and it's not about Ruto. It's about our country. It's about me and you. It's about our future generation. So, like I had Sila say that she does not recognize Ruto as the president of Kenya. If you're a respecter of rule of law, the current president of Kenya, whether we like it or not, it's Ruto. Whether you say he's not, the fact is he's a president. But our job is to hold him accountable, whether you agreed with his leadership or not. We've gone past there. Even when we do Maandamano on Monday, Ruto will still be in State House come Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And unless we start a coup to kick him out of State House, he'll still be the president of Kenya. So we were discussing the CAS position because most of Kenya Kwanza and the Azimio people that I've spoken to today, we all feel the same. So this is why we need to agree. It's not about the person who is our leader. It is about our country. And when each side is wrong, we call it as equal. Tony has said he did not support Ruto, but he wanted to give him a chance. And I hear you, and I agree with you. And as I said, in every way, it's still too early, but I think that the things that they've started has kind of started showing people some bad vibes. And that's why we said, let's come here, let's think together. And I really would like us to stop if Baba says, I will go, I'll even die, I'll take a bullet for him. It's neither here or there. Let's be objective and let's look at the real issue. Because even if it was Raila, we'll still find something that he's done that is not right. Because nobody's God. And even me, there are things I get wrong, but I would want someone to correct me objectively.
Yeah, if I can...
Just one moment, Tony. Sorry, I need to apologize. My internet almost misbehaved. We were to come back to Ashley, but I love your chain of thought and I like how Nancy has tackled you back. But Ashley, let me ask you, with these appointments, as Nancy's raising, it is bringing out a character of our president. Let's take case in point. What if it was Raila? Do you think he would have made a difference? Would we have a different scenario and outcome if, as per the law established, he was announced or declared the president and the court approved him to be the president? Do you think would be talking differently, or it will be the same monkeys, same song, same forest?
I think every of us can agree that we judge people. A lot of these people have said that in the US, you have what we call a credit report. So when you go to get a loan, they pull up your credit to see your past performance with your financial history to be able to predict whether you're a customer that will pay or won't pay. So judging from his past, the recent past, do you think he will do as Ruto has done, or do you think he will do any different? I personally think he will do the same, if not worse. That's my personal opinion. But when it comes to Ruto, immediately Wetangula got in parliament, the first thing he did was to restore the remuneration, the allowances. And at that time, people were expecting them to go to parliament to see what they're going to do about the cost of food. But they went there, and one thing he said, that they work on increments, not deductions. So what he's trying to say, even though the situation becomes how dire, they will not work on decrements. And I have a problem with that. And at that time is when I lost my faith. I lost it immediately because I did not hear Ruto say anything at that time. And for me, that was a red flag, and I'm not even shocked. That's why I don't even want to talk about the 50, because tomorrow we'll be talking about now he'll put the women to make at the 1/3 gender rule. Then you ask yourself, yes, you want to obey the constitution. Yes, you want to make sure the 2/3 gender rule is obeyed. But at the expense of people eating, at the expense of people going hungry, at the expense of parents who are not able to send their kids to school. And he's not stupid. People are saying he's been advised wrong. Before the election, when he was campaigning, he was claiming that Uhuru is so rich, he doesn't understand when someone tells him he's hungry. That was Moses Kuria's phrase. That when, and even Ruto, that when someone comes and tells him he's hungry, they think they are dieting, they think they are fasting. They don't understand that that person did not have money to buy the food. But all of a sudden, once he was made president, he seemed to suffer from amnesia, I think, because now all of a sudden he doesn't understand and someone has to explain to him, someone has to be misadvising him. Why can't we call a spade a spade? This is a man who has been He wasn't born with a silver spoon. So he knows. He knows. But to him, he's more concerned about staying in power than taking care of us. So what he's doing is securing his fortress to make sure it is secure by putting people in place so that he is secure. To him, that is more important than poor people who are not eating. That is why he's making sure he's giving people positions so that he's stronger politically.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like us to talk of what can we do. That's what Paul was talking before. I think he misunderstood me and he thought I'm saying I don't care. I don't support any of them. I would want to know what can we do as Kenyans, as the people, to make, whether it is Ruto in power, whether it is Raila in power, let me tell you, we have to make it work for us. And that is the discussion we have not had, because we are all being, and that's what I said, it is between the rich and the poor. Being able to afford to take your children to school and give them food does not make you rich. Because if you lost your job today, would you still be able to feed your kids with no problem? If you wouldn't, then you're not rich. You're rich but not wealthy. So when I say rich and poor, I mean the wealthy and the poor. And the poor doesn't mean you're poor, that you don't have a job. I hope you understand what I mean. It's somebody who, like this boy who was killed, his mother was in Qatar. She doesn't look poor, but we'll put her in that poor category where their rights are not, they can be ignored. Can you be ignored if something happened to you? When you go to court, do you get preferential treatment? If you don't, then you belong in our category where I belong. But if you are in that category that when you are questioned, Raila can come, then you're in that rich category. And that's what I say. In Kenya, there is the poor and the rich. If we, the poor, can hold and work together, we can make whatever government in place work for us. The problem is we have been divided by them. So we fight their battles and the rewards go to them. Every time we remain with an egg on our face, whether it is Uhuru in power, whether it is Raila in power, whether it is Ruto in power, whether it is Wetangula in power, whether it is Mudavadi in power, whether it is Kalonzo in power, they are always taking care of themselves and making us fight for their battles. My question is, what can we do to have power? Let me tell you, there is a time in the US they wanted to, about, I don't know what, there was a discussion about health, and they wanted to take the health away. I think it was about, there was a debate. So when it became out of session and the senators had to go back home, there's this senator from Florida, his name, I'm forgetting his name. He used to run away. People saw him at the store and he ran away because people would come to him. They say, call your senator, call your congressman, force them. Whatever issue you want to be taken to parliament, you make it impossible for them to come to the village, to come to the home, because you go to their home, you camp there, you make them uncomfortable until when they go to parliament, they go and represent you. That is where we haven't learned. We treat our MPs, we treat our senators, we treat our governors like small gods. We forget we have hired them. They are our employees. Today, I was watching the match of this Justice for Jeff, and people are saying, where is Eric Omondi? Where is all? Why are you looking for Eric? Eric is just one guy. Do you know how many people without names, the normal people, the common Raia, we are so many. Why can't you, challenge as many people as are saying justice to come out? Why do you want that one person? The problem with Kenya is classism, money. That when you abuse someone, you tell them, you are poor. When did being poor become a disability? It is not. When we have classes of people that this person is more important than this one, and then we are made to believe that, then we cannot gang together to make sure that it works for us. Because when you put all the money that is being misused right now, all those allowances that are being paid, all these extra positions that are being put, is enough to feed if not all, but most of these people who are going to bed hungry, it's enough to take some of the kids that have stayed home without going to school back to school. And let me tell you, when they keep saying every day that money was stolen, they should be telling us we have arrested those people or we have frozen those accounts. Then they say money was stolen. Now it will take time to do this. What do you mean? If already you know who stole the money, then you should be making sure your MP goes to parliament and does something. I don't know what they need to do, but they need to recover the money. You need to be asking them what is stopping you from getting that money that was stolen. We will not pay taxes. I wish you were talking here about how we are going to not pay taxes until we recover the money that was stolen. That is a revolution I can support.
Okay.
Thank you.
Rhoda, if I can come back to you.
Yes.
As a Kenyan afar, where do you think we always get it wrong? Where do we always get it wrong?
The problem in Kenya is tribalism and hatred. For example, I remember Ruto campaign, he was going to one community, betrayed one community. Alikuwa anapiganisha community ingine, and that's not good. Because every tribe needs to be treated the same equal and the same opportunity. Because it's God created our tribe, the tribe of Judah. When we realize who we are and where we come from, I'm telling you, our country will never be not, and that's why unaona watoto wengi wanalala na njaa. When they come together, then all parties, they come together. You know, like the Bible says, come and we reason together. No child in Kenya will sleep without food. Unaona kama sahi, they have 300 kids, they have not to school. So we are going to have a lot of illiteracy in Kenya. Can you imagine? 3 million children, they have not attended to school in this regime, in the Ruto regime. Na mtu akikataa kwa sababu hana school fees, watu wana school fees, watu wako na njaa, people they don't have job, the cost of living is getting high. You understand? So
Rhoda, Nancy, just a moment. Nancy has something to say.
Rhoda, can I ask you? You know,
yes.
You said that many children are not going to school in this regime. Do you think that because remember, the reason why the children are not going to school, it is because we introduced a system that was not properly funded. It was not, do you understand? So do you think if let's say we had a different president, the 3 million kids would be in school today?
If I go back in Kibaki days when he take the offer, I remember, I grew up in the village, and my village, there is a people they couldn't afford the school fees. They were illiterate. And when Kibaki take over, immediately when he take the office, he said every children to attend the school. Do you know how many people, they were very happy, so excited. Even my own sister niece, she told me when Kibaki died, she cried because her mother could not afford the school fees. She could not afford to take her in the private school. But she went to the government school and she make it, and she went to good school, high school, she get good marks. So let us not forget where we come from as a Kenyans. Let us be honest with each other. Kibaki, when he take the office, he said every kids, every tribe, na kila watoto wote, it has nothing to do the system of CBS. CBS is nothing to do, that is a development. CBS is the same system in Europe. And that's good. We cannot live the same time. We need to change, like the way we have a new constitution, we vote 2010. And I think it's not bad to change the system of education. We had the 844. We need to change. We are living another world. We cannot live the same things all the time. We need to change. I don't think there's nothing to do with the system. It's the school fees. Because when Kibaki take, there's a lot of people, they were illiterate in my village. They could not even write. They could not read. Even now, they're nowhere. Who can marry Eritrea? Who? They're not. I was feeling actually, I feel almost teared. But thank God, the grace of God sufficient. Give Mwai Kibaki. With Mwai Kibaki, he was a man of the word. That man, may God continue resting his soul. He was a man of word. And Mwai left money, I think it was 90, how many million how I think it's 93 million billions. Na Kibaki, the manifesto he was doing with Raila, because I remember he said every kids will attend the school free. No, Kibaki was not my favorite president. I didn't like, but the school that he make me to love him because of that school fees. He make that because those Eritrea, they were my villages. They went to school, yeah, because their parents they couldn't afford. Mama wao walikuwa nini wako nini kuuza nini uko boga nini marikiti. Unajua, let us be honest each other. If we really be honest each other, we don't try to lie ourselves. I think our country, some people they think, oh, Wakikuyu they are more, oh, Luo, you know, let us be honest each other. Me, and those kids they went to school. They're not more. We don't have more Eritrea, but this government we will have a lot of Eritrea in Kenya, and it's so shameful that Kenya will have Eritrea. Me, I live in a country. I used to meet people they don't know how to speak English because their country they have never attended to school like a country like Somalia. You see, people. Me, I didn't go attend to school because I didn't get opportunity. Because education is everything. When the children they miss their school, oh my God, we destroy we kill their destiny. It's better to have a school fees. Ruto again, if Ruto, and the way Ruto he said, immediately when he take to the office, he'll make the school free. That's the way he said. He said, immediately when I take the office, the cost of living, unga, everything. I was listening to him when he was doing manifesto, and everything he said, nothing have happened. So can you imagine immediately Kibaki take the office? No, Ruto, he was promising, when they were working together with Uhuru, laptop, stadium. He said things and he doesn't. Ruto, he's somebody I don't trust. He's a liar. So that's why I don't like him. And I'll never trust him because Ruto have never have the heart of Ruto hate Kenyans and Ruto, he doesn't like us. Anatufinyiria sisi. He doesn't like his own country.
Wow. Now, Rhoda, allow you to cool kidogo, but you're coming back just now. I want to bring in Tony. Tony, over what Nancy asked Rhoda, together with this, we are now almost done with the CASs. Moses Densi Kwanza, karibu sana. Happy to see you and have you in the show. Now, Tony, do you think Baba would have done it differently? Because even during his announcement of who would have been his running mate or who was his running mate, right, Mother Karua, he made some appointment, or he said Flani will be in the lands docket, Flani will be in the finance. He began showing us what probably he would have done. With this 50, do you think it would have been the same story if we had Baba at the helm of power?
Before I go, I'm thinking the reason why I supported Baba because of his age. Because in the African concept, when you're older, you've gone through a lot, you're mature. And even if you're thinking of stealing, you can't steal anymore because your age will not allow you to do that. So I was thinking that because of his maturity and his thinking under Kibaki regime, he could keep some of his promises. Because during Kibaki regime, he was able to bring him and Kibaki were able to promote free education. Him with Kibaki were able to build all the roads, Thika Road, if you remember that. And also him as a capacity, someone that was leading in an infrastructure in Africa could use that connection to bring infrastructure in Nairobi and in Kenya in total. So me, I was supporting him on his age and in experience. He could have done a little bit better. I'm not saying because better than Ruto, but he could have done a little bit better because of his age, because of his experience, because we've seen the fruit that he had brought between him and Kibaki on free education. And I believe on his promises of giving people 6,000 shillings per month. And then him bringing in, I believe in women leadership. Martha could have been the best in Tanzania. Tanzania is doing very good because a woman is the president. Personally, I believe in women loveliness. Women take care of their children. Women take care of their husbands.
Nancy's celebrating you, sir.
There's that motherly love that comes with a woman. Regardless, a woman will not let their children go hungry. So I know Martha as a deputy president could have told Raila, hey, we have to feed our children. Raila, hey, we have to let our children go to school. So that's the reason why, because women, like now, my prayer is after all these men leave in 2027, we need a woman president. I'm a leader of men organization, but men have done a terrible job in Africa, and they need to be kicked out. So women, Ashley, Nancy, you guys are saying bring people together. This is your time of Rhoda and all the women to bring all the children and men together to kick Ruto, Raila, all these men out because they've messed up that country. They've messed up. You see, like Nigeria. Who has messed up Nigeria? A man. Who has messed up South Africa? A man. Who has developed Africa? A woman. Remember, as I end, the best country that has developed and brought peace was Sierra Leone. Who was the president of Sierra Leone? A woman, right? Right? And who is boasting that has a 4-month extra dollar in East Africa? Oh, my dear.
Samia Suluhu.
So what that tells you, women, hey, you should have supported Martha forgetting about Raila. So you guys rally up, step up, and kick all these men out of power. They are horrible. They are horrible. They lie, they cheat, they steal, they lie to Mama Mboga, they lie to women. They say Mama Mboga, Mama Mboga. Now they can't even provide no position for Mama Mboga. I'm sorry, I know men are gonna be against me, but it's time for men to leave the leadership of Africa. Women, come on, take over this damn leadership. Thank you.
Now, before you go, Tony,
Hey,
just one.
Tony,
Yes.
National Day. I'll sing your flag every day.
Aha. He
No,
has left.
the unity, let me repeat it. The unity, somebody, I think, actually asked a question. Why can't we forget about, I support Raila, but let's forget about Raila on this. Let's move Ruto. Women have to stand up for their children, and we as their husband. Because if they don't stand up, these men are gonna ruin our children, they're gonna ruin our nation, and there's never gonna be a change because they don't care. Have you seen Mubabas? If you see Flavor, it's Mubabas. Mubabas are piling up the gullies. The Mubabas. Why? Because they don't want to be responsible. So there's so much Mubabas, and because Mubabas is destroying the country also. So less women, please, I'm begging, rise up and kick all these men out of leadership, please. Nimechoka nao, wamenibo.
Mose sasa.
Oh, sana, that was perfect from Tony.
Karibu sana. Kuna jamaa hapo amewasha moto. We don't need these men. Wewe unaonaje? As you also comment on the CAS. Now pia kuna ladies who are there and we are even fighting them kama kina Millicent. Nancy even raised her as a
Actually, I really love what Tony said. That is very, and it's a question that if I'm asked every day about the leadership that could have been there between when Raila and Martha would have been in government, it could be something very different because we are now having a government where it's led by men, and we as men, we don't care. I, as Musa, I don't care, regardless of who you are. I will not even. But I'm just telling you the truth. With the person I am, the way I love things to be done, so I don't even want to consider how is the person's situation or faring or whatever. But at least with the motherly nature and love, it could have brought something very, very different. And we could not have been experiencing such kind of fires every time. The number one lights it up, and even the number two comes in and spoils everything with all the kinds of confusion and
For you, the number two aggregates. He's a catalyst of the already spoiled issue.
Imagine.
I want to leave.
Tony. Yes.
I want to leave.
Okay.
Like, this is the reason why my brother is supporting me. Even in this diaspora, talk about UK, talk about the people who are buying houses, doing development in Africa, They are women. They are together. They're buying buildings together. They're
We
united.
are having trouble hearing you.
They're rich. They're rich. They're
Tony,
all...
Tony, if you come closer to your mic.
Okay, can you hear me? You can hear me.
Now.
This is what I want to add before I leave. Even in this diaspora, talk about South Africa, talk about United States, talk about UK, the most organized group are women group, and they come together. You see a group raising money, 200,000. They are building houses in Kenya. They are building buildings. They're doing biashara. The most organized biasharas in Kenya are led by women, and that's what I'm saying. I'm blaming the situation in Kenya today because of our women. Women, if women can step up, please. That's my advice. Regardless of what happened on Monday, I don't care what happened this election. But
Tony, come closer to your mic.
Okay, what I'm saying, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, I'm begging all the women, and I said, if you hear me before, the most organized groups on diaspora is women. And I'm saying, whatever happened on Monday, 2027, I'm holding accountable Nancy, Ashley, and Rhoda. Bring up somebody. If it's Martha, let's support Martha. I'm going to be a campaigner for her. God bless you guys.
But can you call all your supporters in Kenya and tell them not to go to Maandamano because it's not going to help anything?
No, what I want to call upon is what Ashley said. If we can unite and say taxes to be reduced, and then if they don't do that, no taxes, I'll support that. But about Maandamano, let me say something about Maandamano. Maandamano is too late to call Kenya and say no Maandamano. Do you know why? Go listen to Kibe's video. There's a gentleman that spoke in Andrew Kibe video, and the way he's talking, it's too late to stop Maandamano. It's too late. We should have done it a week ago, 2 weeks ago. But my prayer is let people be peaceful. Kinasonko, let's have peace, everybody, and then let it pass. But 2027, one Aki ladies, mkinilet down takasirika na nyinyi.
Kabla ukasirike na utoroke, wacha tusikie Ashley na Nancy. Do you think our solution is choosing a woman? Because in other dockets we have elected women, and for instance, we have a woman at the Supreme Court, but we have a law that people are already complaining about. I don't want even to raise it here. But do you think a woman is the key thing to solve the issue? As what Tony is raising. Maybe let's have Ashley. Then Nancy.
I don't think so. If you look at someone like Karen Nyamo, she leaves a lot to be desired. And even Millicent Omanga. Okay. What I think is that we do have, it can either be a woman or a man. What we need is a man or a woman who is patriotic, who puts country first. And I was thinking the other day, I don't know about Pierre Lumumba, I heard him talk. We need to get someone we have not seen mess. Someone we have seen, but we don't have their history, and who talks like they can do something, and we give them an opportunity. Someone like Pierre Lumumba, someone like Isaac Olochia, someone like, for me, Muhammad, what's his name? The guy who used to be in the media, Muhammad Ali, Jiko something. That's the guys. Personally, I don't have any woman in mind because mother is I feel like she's compromised. Because even in 2007, she was part of the reason of the war, because she was part of the people who rigged Kibaki in. So we need to do away. Eric Omondi talked about fagia water. We need to forgive them. All these people who have been in power too long, that keep circulating and jumping around, they need to go. That's my opinion.
Nancy, is a woman the issue to solve this?
I don't necessarily agree about gender, because we have successful African, or even in the Europe, like presidents who are men, and they've done very well. We also have someone like Angela Merkel. Germany made one of the strongest economy. Look at Jacinta Ardern of New Zealand. She actually changed that country. I think it's about what that person stands for. What do they believe in? But for me, the fundamental, it's our grassroots party politics from the ground that will determine where Kenya go. For me, when I look at ODM nomination, there were shambles. When I look at UDA nominations at the grassroots, they were not as transparent. So for me, I think Kenyans, we need to shift our mind to ideology rather than party and tribe. If an independent person comes to my village, tells me the best idea, and is the best person, we should vote for that person. Let's stop the party tribal politics, because like here in the United Kingdom, my MP is an independent person with stands for a very small party. But if I call that MP go shop the same shopping where I do my food shopping, I see him with no bodyguard, with nothing, because he sold us an idea, he's delivering it. So even when we see him, we say hello to him. So we need to change from the root, from our unajua to MCA. If that MCA person stands for something you believe in, forget ODM, forget UDA, elect him. If we keep building up like that, this is the way we're gonna bring change to these people who've held our country ransom. A woman or man, I'm not bothered either way. Although I think women have got more, they're very intrinsic in nature. They're able to feel the pain, so they're more likely to listen more and to act more, because that is how God created us, right?
Wow, awesome. Rhoda, unaona aje as Moses as Tom nakuja kwako tu, nataka I want to get the women's perspective.
I can compare like Europe, women and men, they treated the same equal. Nobody, man and woman is even politicians is the same man and woman the same equal. For us as a women of Kenya, I could like women we support Mother Karua. She's a woman I trust. She's a woman, she can do a great job. One thing, she have integrity. She's a woman, she doesn't do corruption. So let us support Mother Karua and don't look this as Mio or Uda. And I'm telling you, if we put Mother Karua to come the president of Republic of Kenya, oh my God, there is no kid will sleep without food. There is no kid in whole Kenya. One thing, Mother Karua, she is not a tribal. Mother Karua, she is a woman of word. The way and I know Mother Karua, you remember even the Kibaki administration's regime, she resigned. That's the way she is. So let us support Mother Karua. And I'm telling you, don't say she compromised. Mother Karua, she's done her own words. That woman is a woman we need to namshikilia kabisa. Next time, hata ikiwa ni 2027, ama ikiwa ni 2032, she can be the president. Even Kenya, we can have a president, a woman, like Liberia. They have a woman president. And I'm telling you, women, we can, not all women in Kenya, they are very, people like, I don't trust all women in Kenya that they have integrity. Like a European women politician, they focus about, they wake up in the morning with the visions. Oh, every children have a difficult at school, need to get help. She can have a disability, autism, or she need help at school. They need every children to have a food in the table at school. And as a women, they need to have a vegetable and eat well and sleep well, because their psychology can work well. Because when they go to school, they focus. That's the women, they focus in Europe. But in Kenya, I have never ever seen any woman, even those politicians right now in Ruto regime, I have never had any woman talking about the future. How can they don't care about tomorrow. Future is tomorrow. The children to get in the food in the table, because food is everything. Because when the stomach is full, even you are able to concentrations. But I've never seen anybody wake up in the morning, talk about the family to have food. No. So I don't trust those women in Ruto regime. But let us give Mother Karua a chance. Let us support her. Let me tell you, Kenyan, don't look as me like Uda. That woman, she can bring a lot of things. Like that man was speaking before. That woman, she can bring our country. I'm not saying that she's perfect. Nobody perfect in this world. But she's a woman who doesn't believe corruption. That's what I like her. Thank you.
Tom, unaona aje would Karua
Is it okay?
So yes.
I was wanting to tell Nancy, if you
Just one
choose
moment.
like an MPA.
Okay.
Amenyamaza sana.
Hello.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Uh,
What do you think would Karua change the nation, or a
you
woman
know,
rather, not just Karua?
all these politicians you have talked about, I've worked with them. Either we have met somewhere, we have met at the airport, going somewhere. So it's politics is a toxic career. You have to see a way how to bring yourself up. For me, the best woman whom you want to lead Kenya, maybe you don't know her. Yeah. For me, the way I've known this leadership from women and the ones who are now, even men who are now in politics, maybe some of you don't know Jerimo, JB Jerimo. You don't know that woman, but it's a woman who did a good job on her time, but you can't see her on the politics. Why? Because of the situation and the way politics is based in Kenya. At the moment, brother Jack, you are saying that we need women. Tony said we want women in Kenya, but we have not talked about the empowerment of these women. Not you go up to empower somebody who has grown up. Start from education, from the village. Yeah, we have said the economy is bad, the education, children are not in school. Then we say we want a woman. Before we say we want a woman now, can we talk about education? How many girls are enrolled in high school? How many girls are enrolled in the university? Yeah? How many in employment, in job appointments? How many women are there? Yeah. Like in private sector, how many do we have women there? So from this roads, call them roads or ways, we can have a junction leading to when we can have one woman to be a leader in Kenya. When we say about Mata, don't talk about Kibaki. She resigned. You can talk even from Moi. Yeah, she walked away in one of the meeting of Moi when she was not given a chance. She was an MP. I loved her until she was called an iron lady during Moi time. So politicians even at the airport they discuss what they are going to talk in a rallies. You, when you are going to Uda, you talk this. Me, I'm going to pit you in the Azimio rally. In the evening, when they are coming back, they meet at Wilson. Today, you just go and watch TV. I hammered you hard. So they are friends. Yeah, but we are down here. Down here, we need to educate even those who are in the diaspora. That's why when I say, if you have something to support a girl child or a child, any child, even a boy child who does not have a school fees, that is very important thing. Support that child to go to school, to go higher, to go to university, to complete high school, so that we can have a good leader in the future. We will not be there, but our children will be there. If you don't support that child, they will be a beggar to your child whom you have educated highly. But if you support another child apart from yours, when they will meet with yours whom you have educated, they will be a better Kenyans and they will be better leaders. We have to start with there now, not to say that Mata Karua, even if she will be a leader, she will not help our generation. Our generation which is coming. She will help us now. See something small. But let us start now, make a foundation of the future. We are not the future. We are not. We are passing away. That's my contribution.
Moses, what do you think? Is a woman the solution that Kenya truly yearns for to really help us? Unmute.
Sorry, I'm saying personally, I'm a youth and gender
Unmute yourself.
advocate. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm saying personally, I'm a youth and gender advocate. And when we do gender advocacy, it is very essential and crucial having both gender representation in each and every forum. So when we are talking about gender equality and parity, we have to also check on the sensitivities. And I liked it when Rhoda was talking, I don't know if it was Rhoda or who, about Storm, yeah, about empowerment. So at the end of the day, we need to come and look through ways in which we can bring this female gender up from various perspectives, from where they are coming from, the challenges they are undergoing, because at the end of the day, we've come to realize certain features of characters that are portrayed with most of our ladies is as a result of the kind of upbringing or the kind of sufferings that they underwent. These are very strong people with very capable, they're also capable. And one thing I have to say at the end of the day, it is not about Martha, it's not about the people already that are existing or in various leadership positions, is about their qualification. How qualified are they? And then one thing also I have to talk about, which goes to our ladies. Of late, I've also realized that ladies or women are enemies of themselves. They are so choosy and they will flow with only those that they think are meant they love and also oppose. Women have become enemies of themselves, where they cannot even support their own. And this is the kind of thing we are seeing in some of us. Let us just be honest to ourselves and come into a point and say, at the end of the day, none of us is perfect. We have our own lows and highs, and most importantly is the qualification. So if somebody is qualified, why not occupy such a position? Then when somebody is not qualified for a particular position, gender should never be a reason for that person to occupy any position, because at the end of the day, what is going to be the delivery? What does she have to offer to its citizenship, its residents, or whatever? So those are the most important thing that, and then at the end of the day, we have to consider, we have to look at when you're talking about bringing women in leadership. Martha is very capable, she's a strong woman. That is one thing I can always say. From my childhood stage, I've lived seeing her as a very strong and iron lady as she is, and many other things that may have happened through her political career. At the end of the day, we also have to consider none of us is perfect. At times we mess up, and then again we come and recover, we bounce back. So let us not always dwell on the negativities and forget about the capabilities or the positive things that somebody has done. And also, I had a question to Nancy when she commented about it is telling Tony to go and tell there are people that Maandamano thing is too late. I just have one question to ask, and it goes to all of us, not only to Nancy, that at the end of the day, with such sentiments, then what will happen when wrong continues happening? Because at the end of the day, the government of the day continue giving us surprises. And I've always lived and believed that at the end of the day, the power is in the hands of the people. You can't be led with a leader that you do not agree with almost everything that he or she does. At the end of the day, not that this person cannot address you, this person cannot even get a platform, because at the end of the day, he's not leading, leading a country like Kenya is not like leading a universe or something that it's not seen. You must have a people to lead, and even without the people, and if these people come and even refuse to cooperate through the taxes and various protocols where government gets their revenues, then who are you at the end of the day going to lead? So this is the question, because if the government continue taking an advantage of the people, and they've realized that there is no power in the people, and everything they do, we will always be quiet, we'll be mere, we'll say nothing, we'll just say, okay, let's move on. Because I'm this kind of a person. When Baba lost from the last general election, I said, me and politics is a no, I don't even want to hear about them. I even rarely watch TV and the likes, but there are some things that indeed that are happening are affecting me at my place of work, when I go to the shop, and you feel the pinch. Even without mentioning something, you just find yourself, you've mentioned it. So what is then the action plan? If now you're coming to say that no maandamanos, no whatever, how do you expect us then to tell the government that no, hii mmeenda sana, it is time you come and deliver your promises to the people? Because at the end of the day, the government should not be a government as it is said by number two, that it is a government that has shareholders. The shareholders should be the people of the Republic of Kenya, and that is the kind of oath they took. Then if that was not the case, they were not even supposed to mention about serving the people of Kenya. They were then to mention serving the people of UDA or serving a particular people. What happened? What really, everything is now getting messed up. Like in each and every ministry, in each and every docket, it is affecting the local one, the consumer here, down here, are the people that are being affected. Now I've seen the 50 CAS positions that have been, I don't even understand. At the end of the day, I understand the CAS, it was brought unconstitutionally as a kind of assistant minister. Then some dockets, like a Ministry of Tourism. What are we doing with 3 CASs? Yet even in the past regime, we had 1 CAS, we had PS for wildlife, we had PS in charge of tourism, culture and heritage, and still did poachers leave their actions in our various parks and reserve? What did it help? What did it even save? What did it deliver when it comes to even the controlling or managing the tourism fund? Corruption came to its thrive. So at the end of the day, why are we creating all these lucrative positions in an economy that now today we are buying, we are getting $1 at 145 Kenyan shillings, and you expect us to trade globally when our neighbors are there, their reserves are filled up for the next 4 months, and we are here saying that everything is okay, let's just go pray, things will. No. Prayer without action is dead. We are lying to ourselves. If the power is in the people, we march with placards. We say a no is a no. Hii mmeenda sana, and it's high time you consider us. You are leading us. You are not reading any imaginary thing. It is us, and it's really affecting us. If they can't lead us, then they have a room. They can resign. They can all resign, or the president himself can resign and give the legitimate person or somebody who is qualified to lead the country, because it's not a thing of shareholding. This is the time that we shouldn't even lie to ourselves, because we are feeling the pinch right in our houses, right in everything that we are doing right now. Because I have a problem with somebody claiming that there is nothing. He or she doesn't feel an impact of this of the government to our economy. And I've seen people lying with, trying to prove how things are falling down, for not forgetting at the end of the day, after you lie, you still go and purchase things on a higher amount. Let's stop the lies. Let's stop the dramas. Let's just call it as it is, that the government should remember fulfilling its pledges, let it come down, and action on the plan. Where did the plan go to? Ilipotelea wapi jamani?
Good question Moses, and I hear you. Nancy, ninaona ukitaka kusema kitu.
At times I respect people's opinion, and I really want to hear what people think, because that's the only way you learn and you get to understand what other people think. But my brother Moses, I have to disagree with you something here. I'm not in Kenya, right? But where I am now, I came from supermarket earlier, and I came home and I thought, what is this government doing for me? I'm struggling dearly, and I'm in the United Kingdom. Have you seen how many prime ministers have resigned in this country? We've had the highest number of prime ministers resigning in the history of the UK, right? So in regards, and this is what I said, we need to look at the backdrop of where Kenya is coming from and where other countries are. Even people in America actually can attest. Here in the UK, we're struggling. And the pain is more in Kenya because of the income disparity. And then the system, there is no a springboard for people. I get you, I hear you. But my question to you, come Monday, do you expect different results from what Raila has done in the past from the Maandamano on Monday? Because you cannot keep doing the same thing and expecting different results. I support him countering the government. I want him to be as opposed to it when things are wrong, and I want us to be the same. But when we call, he's been calling, going around Kenya, convincing Kenyans how things are wrong. I support him, that he's right. But why is he changing it now and calling it Maandamano? Because what will happen, and mark you on Monday, they say they will occupy all streets of Nairobi. Businesses will not open because of fear, okay? Many people will not be able to open their businesses. That one day will affect you and my mother and my auntie in the village in a one way or another. Why has he changed the way he's doing things, telling people to come from Kisumu, Mombasa, everywhere to come to Nairobi? One, we will have fatality whether you like it or not. We will have police prepared to counter if anybody tried to do anarchy. For me, the way he was going to cities and convincing Kenyans, this government is doing this wrong. That was the best way. And you know, he would have built a revolution in a peaceful way going up. What he's proposing now is anarchy. I support whoever Kenyan who is aggrieved by the current government. I support what they were doing. But this Maandamano, telling people from Kiambu, wherever, to come to Nairobi, to come and cause anarchy, it's wrong. And mark you my word, we will lose a few souls, because once you have 100,000 people congregate in one area, it's very hard for you to have your eye on everyone, checking what's happening. We'll have looting, we'll have loss of life, we'll have all this, because that's what we have history of previous Maandamano. I'm not saying we can't hold gatherings, we can't take placards up. It's our right. Our constitution gives us that right. But it's when you change it to Maandamano, and then things will go wrong. So for me, Raila Odinga has every right to do what he was doing. I support him. But on Monday, if they try to go to State House Road, urushi mawe kwa GSU akanyamaza, atakupiga, amebeba live bullet.
Naona Nancy unasisimua Roda. Nataka kusikia Roda na dai vipi. Roda, Monday ni siku moja moto. Unaona vipi?
For me, I support demonstration because that is our right, a Kenya right, and our constitution. And it will be a peaceful demonstrations. So it will be nobody will harm each other. The way because it is in our law. And Kenya, they need to be heard for their voice. Kenya voice matter. The cost of living is getting high. People, they don't have a school fees. And of course, people, they deny our elections. It was not free, fair, and credible. It was manipulation. So for me, I agreed with the demonstration. And because that is our right, the same they do. People, they think it's only in Kenya they are doing demonstration. Actually, it's many countries they are doing in Africa, like Nigeria, they are doing, South Africa, and France. You know, I mean, to do demonstration, Kenya it's not seen. That's not something natural, and people, they have right to fight. Kenya voice every Kenya citizen, they need to hear their own voice. Because the power is belong to us. It's not belong to the regime. Absolutely not.
Moses, naona hizi stories zinaanza kukushika. Niambie, unaona vipi? Monday
you know, Nancy has spoken, and I totally agree with her. But I just want to remind Nancy that at the end of the day, I'm just asking myself a question as Moses. I want my voice to be heard by the government. What do I really have to take a stone and throw to or start spoiling other people's property for my voice to be heard?
But Nancy is asking you. Nancy is asking you. You believe it will be a peaceful?
Let me finish a second. Let me just answer. One thing that we should come and understand, these things are political activities, or I don't know how I call them, where some political organization is trying to communicate, and the other group is also trying to gain relevance. So what will happen? I am asking myself, who is that just in a peaceful rally to was it yesterday or today today in Kiambu came out of nowhere and there was tear gas? Why were people being tear gassed? Who was really causing frictions and fracas? That is how violence starts. The police that is supposed to maintain law and order and even give protection to me and you is not the person that the first people that are going to be used to cause chaos. Because once police start tear gassing people, honestly, even myself, I'll not be okay, because I'll be asking why tear gassers? We are just here having peaceful demonstration. I'll ask all of us a question. The other time we saw Nyamakima traders in the streets of Nairobi. I work in town. They were demonstrating, trumpet, frimbis, vuvuzelas, doing all they could do. And I didn't see something really, there were tear gas, yes, but I didn't see them even being harassed at any point. They went to the DP's office and addressed their issues. What happened the following day? The DP had to sit with our people. Where are they today? What really happened? That is what we are talking about, the power of demonstrations. The avoided were ad.
Unabishana. What do you think?
Maybe he was referring to me. I don't know. He was referring to me what I think, but I can see the network is not good. Moses, you are saying that is good. The voice of people is supreme, and if you have never gotten a taste of a tear gas freeze on Monday, don't go to the street. If there will be a tear gas and you have never tested it, I don't think it is nice for you to go there. But there is this way of petitioning. Why can't the Asimio people use the petitioning way? They make a signature
but
and
Tom,
say,
they tried.
Yeah.
Tom, they went to the court, and according to them, we can now discuss even the issues they are raising, the court, as for them, they feel it's compromised. Do you now believe that if you cannot go to the court, if the institutions, according to them, they feel they are compromised, which other route is there apart from Maandamano?
Let it be
because
fair.
one, it is also enshrined in the constitution that you have a right to picket.
Let it be fair. Let it be fair. Because, to be straightforward, I've been a journalist, and a journalist must be fair and treat people both sides equally. So, when they went to court, the judgment came out that UDA won, or Kenya Kwanza won election. The politics we hear about the servers to be open, they were given orders, and there was a limit where the servers was opened up to, and where they were not supposed to be opened to. Yeah. So if they didn't understand where the servers they were opened to, they should have gone back to court and say, you gave us the orders that the servers will be open from here up to here. So we want from here up to here where you stopped, and they can be given a reason. But now, to repeat again what as the judgment was given out, even the communities, even the international communities will not agree with the grievances of other people, the Asmio people. But going to the street and say that there will be a standstill in the street, and that is the capital city, and that the business which are there, they are not only for Kenyans. There are other visitors who have come to Kenya on Monday who are taking flight. In fact, Sunday they will arrive in Nairobi. So they want to do their negotiations to open up business, to meet Moses. Moses is doing like programs of supporting young people and gender. They want to meet the people like Moses. So those meetings with Moses will not happen because there will be anarchy in the city. So why can't they use a civilized way, like maybe start up a process of removing the government, then let us dare us to open up and sign, make a petition.
Tom, I hear you, and not that I'm opposing you or anything. It is equally their right to picket. It is their right to demonstrate and raise issues they feel. Here we have been aggrieved. Now, probably you might not agree with how they'll do it, but it is their right. And Monday they have notified the public it is their day, and they have said it is a day to go and do what they feel will maybe probably make them happy. So why do you have a problem with that, given that it is their right?
It is their right. I don't have a problem. Do you have any history where picketing, rioting, and mandamanos have solved anything? Even in Rome, picketing and protest did not solve the Roman Empire. It fell down after 1,000 years. So don't think that mandamano will solve anything. Will not solve anything.
Just one moment. Let me get Moses. Moses, will mandamano solve something?
Yeah, it is going to solve. And be sure me, even before Monday, and this I tell to each and every one of us, you'll see the government trying to prove various occasions. You see, at the end of the day, Tom, let us be honest. The government promised to lower the cost of living. The government promised to hire and to engage Mama Mboga and Baba Boda Boda. The government promised unga will be 70 shillings. Right now, every time I see the discussion, Tom, I see very learned leaders. Hata kama ni stupidity. How can you come up with a promo, a clearance sale of a supermarket and try to prove your point that indeed tunashukisha bei ya maisha? You know, at the end of the day, action speaks louder than words. If these things were happening, really, you can remember what happened in 2007, 2008. And when government was put in place, a lot of changes and developments came on board. And what really happened? There was peace and harmony in the country. We can't have peace if the cost of living is unbearable. This is unbearable. And I'm shocked. Just last week, I was telling somebody today in the office, I got dollars last week at 132. Going to the bureau yesterday, I found it was 145. I really asked myself, what is really happening? What about next week? It is going to be, to mean even March we can end March when we are talking about 200, and here we're still trying to be convinced that, giving excuses of handshake to debt. It's really very unprofessional. It's stupid. It is just showing how foolish somebody is somewhere or trying to fool us at the end of the day. So let us just call it how it is. Let people come out and communicate with the government, because the only platforms where we are able to raise our voices high is through demonstrations. And Kwani, how many demonstrations do we have in this city, Nairobi? I'm in town. Naona demonstration time and again in the city. It has never affected me in any way. Hizi mabaridi tunajiingiza. Let us stop this nonsense. At the end of the day, hizi tumabaridi vitu mbaya mbaya, it is what bears all this unforeseen circumstances. What if everybody just would come peacefully and march to that state house, to that office of the press? What is wrong with marching to state house when things are not going on right? That state house is not for the person who occupies it. It is for the Republic of Kenya.
But Moses, state house is a restricted area, and according to law, you don't just walk in and out.
Yes.
But without the people of Kenya, that state house cannot exist. That is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Now I can tell Moses that
just a moment, Tom. Just a moment. I want to pick this from Ashley. Ashley, Monday, they have said it's a date with destiny, and they are saying if we march, we are going to one, get the servers open. Two, we're going to remove the holder of the president who is occupying state house in power, among many other things. What do you think? Will the Maandamano really bring out all these things that they are raising as grievances? Ashley.
Okay, thank you so much. Before I talk about that, there's something Nancy had said about choosing an MC because you believe in their ideology. Now, what we have seen, the problem is once they get to power, then their parties want to hold them along party lines, so that when you go and start saying what your ideology is, if it doesn't line up with what the party believes or the party leader believes, then like now the people who went to State House the other day, you see they were disciplined, even though they were saying they were representing their constituents. But then they got in trouble because their party has told them not to go. So if you choose somebody and then you don't regard what the party they become to, I think that is supposed to be a consideration, because they are limited too by their party.
People are saying that they went because of their own personal issues, not the people who elected them or anything. They went because of themselves. Don't you think those arguments also come into water?
They say they went because of and they were given money to develop themselves. If they use the same argument, we could use the same argument about when Raila went in 2018, that he went for himself, because what did we see? We saw him enrich himself. So we have to believe when they tell us they're going there. Even how many times have you not seen them saying we have to vote along party lines? That's a thing in parliament. Even during BBI, there are some people who are forced to vote a certain way because that's what their party leader wanted them to vote. So you can't choose someone from a party and say that you're choosing them because they believe like you. Because even when they get there, their hands are tied. And
actually, what I said is we need to stop voting for people along party lines. If an independent comes and you believe in what they're saying, because imagine if we had a parliament that has enough independent people to counter the minority or the majority, we would have a better parliament. I never said we vote along party line, because I think that's the problem in Kenya.
But now these independents are being bought like chicken. They are being bought like chicken. Have independent. Every time there's a new administration, they all run to the new administration. Same like my MP, and I'm even disappointed with him. I voted him because of his capability, but I didn't go vote him to now come and even join the government. You know, that is also another problem. The independence we talk about.
We ignore what we see and we listen to what they say instead of voting. You remember I talked about the credit report. You have to judge people by their past record, because most likely that is the record, that's the track they'll keep. Don't listen to what they are saying. Judge them by the actions that they've made in the past. That's my view. So on this issue of the demonstration, you see, we can decide to argue on so many things. And the reason the demonstration looks like it's just something to anger the government is because I wish they were just going to demonstrate because of a high cost of living. You see, that is a specific reason that can be solved. But when you say IEBC, we don't want you to do IEBC, and Ruto said IEBC by law, he's supposed to be doing it right now, and Raila is telling him. So it is like, I'm going to read something I had written about this thing about argument, because when you start an argument with somebody, if you don't watch, that argument can have no end, because other things are going to come out from that argument. But when you specify, we are going to talk about the cost of living, then that is something actionable. That is something that they can sit down and talk. But when you look at all the things they've done, with all the complaints that they have, it's like they don't want to discuss. It's like they don't want to come to an agreement, because some of them are not possible, or say these are the minimum, irreducible minimums, cost of living and something else, something that can be done right now. Now, according to about the servers, we are not going to discuss. That is not something that we need right now, because that's complex, or that by itself. But when you combine them all together, they're not going to be possible. But then lives may be lost. Why do you want to lose lives? And that's why in the past, I don't know how many people have watched it, The Woman King, that movie. In the past, the leaders came with, their families, they put them on the line. And if they did that, they would consider some of the actions that they want to take. I was talking to someone the other day, and I was telling them, we are going to the streets without security. Someone like Raila is going to come with security. Someone like Ruto has security wherever he is. How about if the police say that we stay in home too? So just as each Kenyan doesn't have security, even you will not have security. I'm telling you, they'll meet, because they want to be safe. But they don't care. And now that's the reason that they are hard on each other, is because each of them is safe. Even Raila, at the smallest or the smallest hint of any trouble, he will be driven out of that place so fast you won't even see him. He cannot bring his wife there. You mark my words. But he wants you to come out. He wants you, even if you can bring your grandmother, he would like that to happen. Because if they can kill enough old women, it will look bad on the national scene. So we have to ask ourselves at some point how we are being used. Is it even worth it? There are things that are worth it. When Ukraine and Russia started fighting, people started going back to Ukraine to fight. But is this worth it? What is the end result? It doesn't have one, because practically Ruto will not come out. We all know that. So what are you going to do? This is a hot air, unfortunately.
Not really. Not really.
Just a moment. Rhoda, I want to also have Rhoda. Rhoda, I don't know if you are there.
Yeah.
On Monday,
Mhm.
Ashley is asking, what is the end game? What will happen? Take us through. What do you think will happen? Will some
For
of
us-
these grievances be met?
For us, we want Ruto to open the server and the cost of living and tribal. You know, he has been very tribal, very much. We see his government is only his tribe. So there's a many things people they can go to the road and do demonstrations. So yeah. And of course, we are going to have a peaceful demonstration. Everybody like peace. We love peace. And our police officers.
What will happen, Rhoda, if I ask you, what will happen if everything goes south? We all are yearning for peace and peaceful demonstration and all. What will happen if everything goes south? Lives are lost, property destroyed. What will you say?
If life go on, like for example, like the police officer, they kill our own people, then we take they will be in the Hague. You know, there's a criminal. When you kill people, you go to the Hague. You remember 2007, what happened?
Yeah.
You forget? It's the same. So the police officer, they
what
have
will happen again, Rhoda? What will happen to those who will not be killed by the police, but by the supporters? What happens to them?
Pardon?
If we go back in history, it is not always obvious that the police will be the ones killing. What would happen if a supporter kills another supporter of the opposite camp? What happens then? Or
if there is a stampede and people are running, you haven't run over.
Well, this demonstration, it's for all Kenyans. It's not about Azimio or UDA. It's about Kenyans, because everybody is crying. Whether you vote for the UDA or Azimio, the UNGA is the same price. When the children are not going to school, whether you are UDA or Azimio, your children are not going to school, this demonstration is yours. It's yours. Wherever you are, it's yours. It's not for UDA or Azimio. It's for every Kenya citizen.
But Rhoda, you see, there is
a lot of men in Kenya. They are killing themselves for the school fees and the cost of living. And this demonstration is for everyone. If you feel like you are this government, wanakufinyilia, umelipa tax, baka unashindwa ni nini? Unajua Ruto anafinya Wakenya sana. Unaona, kama wewe una pesa za kulipa nini, uga imekuwa very expensive school fees, this demonstration is yours. Inaweza kupigania haki za Mkenya. It's about haki Mkenya. This is about Kenyans, because the power is belong to us. You remember 2010 when we vote the most new constitution, we didn't tell on hatukuambia nini, hakuna si ama politician walivote, ni sisi. The power is belong to Kenyans, not Ruto, not Raila, not Madakalo, it's us. Ndio maana tunaenda barabara, kwa sababu the cost of living is above it. Mafuta imekuwa electricity, watu wanalia electricity, watu wanasema wanalipa kama 5,000 shilling every month. Na chakula is high of living, unga, school fees. You know, whether you vote for UDA, the unga is the same. That's why I'm here. You see, I'm here. And I'm here Azimio, because the unga nanunua supermarket is the same my mother is buying. So this is not about Azimio la UDA, it's for all Kenya. Ukiwa unasikia mimi sina pesa za school fees, kuja, it's yours. Ukiwa una pesa za uga, unaona it's yours. It's for day, it's for you. So as we don't have problem any party you belong, you are welcome and join us. This is about Kenya. Your voice matter. Your voice is very important. It's our right, and the police officer, they be responsibility to take care of us. If they kill us, they are the one. If we don't want killing, me, I don't want to hear the bloodshed. I don't want.
Moses,
I don't, because unaona kama France wanakuanga nafanya demonstration anytime they want. Hata wanachoma matai. Hata wafuraja is not like us. Hata UK wanafanya all over the world. That is right. It's not about Kenya. Kwani Kenya hatuwezi fanya demos? This demonstration is for everybody. I remember some years ago, I don't know if it's Iran, they were doing demonstration because of the cost of living. So for me, it's not big deal. That is our democracy in our constitution. So me, I'm very happy for Kenya why the barabara and the demonstration for the cost of living. I answer you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rhoda. That is very.
Thank you, Rhoda. Yes, just one moment, Ashley and Moses. Wow, mnaleta points mingi mpaka mtu ashindo, which one do you ask or which one do you kwanza allow kwanza iswim? But actually, before I come to you, let me because Rhoda raises a point, and since Moses seems to be talking like her rather, when you say ni ya Wakenya, and Wakenya ni part mbili, kuna wale waliopigia Azimio na wale waliopigia UDA, and Rhoda says it so well, unga inapopanda inaguza kila moja. Na lakini sasa pia ndio kama tungekuwa tunafanya maandamano sababu ya hiyo swala moja ni sawa, but now there is also another issue, the server. Now,
and that's what I want to talk about.
Are you not also combining an Azimio issue, a personal issue of Azimio, and just like what they used to say, a sweetener in BBI, a bait, because we know the cost of living is high. Are you not also using the cost of living just to whip up emotions and then have the maandamano? The guys are saying it's about the high cost of living, but the point that you really want, it's about the the servers rather. What do you think? What is the real issue?
Yes, allow me to answer you. Server must be open because Ruto is still our erection. Ruto must open the server because we can be satisfied.
Now that changes the main purpose of the demonstrations. If I may now be.
Let me just ask you, and this is a question I ask many people, and to those who always keep defending on this discussion. You know, we live in a democratic space, and we many of us acknowledge the UDA people that, you know, elections were free and fair, and they were won fairly. If elections were won fairly, and we really relied on the servers, and now we have the server with us. Don't you think that anytime we need reference, all these things should always be availed anytime? Because if now they are not even availed when needed, when there is a scrutiny that is to be done, when there is an audit that is supposed to be done, what is this excuse that is so, I don't know, that we are not able to accept and just come and say, okay, you seem to be having trust issues in the just concluded 2022 general elections. We have the servers, come anytime you feel like, Pale anniversary, we will give you the access. You see what happened so that you get satisfied. What is the big deal? I just want to know. You know, at the end of the day, it's like I have done my exam for financial economics or whatever unit, and maybe my lecturer is not used to my performance, and my lecturer just asked me, is this really you? I will tell him, bring it on, bring another one. I prove my capability. So what is wrong with opening a server, really? And one thing that I'm saying, they go hand in hand, because we are talking about.
Can I ask you a direct question?
Yes, please.
Which server exactly do you want opened? Which one? Because if I had Baba Rightful say the other day, he said there were more than one, right? Which one exactly? Because according to what he was saying, the one for Smartmatic, if that is the word, was never open, and because they even wrote a letter. Is it that one
Hiyo ndio
specifically,
tunataka at the
or
back
there is
end.
another server that you know somewhere? Because you have a whistleblower, or there is a whistleblower, if I may try to be as neutral as possible. There is a whistleblower. Now, this whistleblower brought in issues. Now, which server, I am really not getting that word correct, which server really will bring out the point that truly elections were rigged? Which server? Which one?
That is
Because
why I'm asking. That
which
is why I'm
server
asking.
exactly?
Why is Smartmatic not able to give us the full access to the server with all those? What is the excuse? What is the excuse? Why every time you have to tell us everything is the public portal? For things to be in the public portal, there is a backend. We want to see what was happening, what was cooking in the backend. Is it really the things that were coming from our constituency? You know, there's
Moses, let me ask you, the election basically was more manual. And allow me to, if the other panelists allow me, let me engage you just a little while.
Yeah,
the elections were more manual, right?
At the
People
polling
walked into polling stations and they voted. Would it not be wise if we ordered all the ballot papers opened, or rather the ballot boxes opened, retallied in the full glare of cameras, all of them be brought in one place? And if there's anything missing, or if there is any added vote, because by the end of the day, those votes are the ones that eventually made their ways to the server, because the servers are not the people. The people are the ones who walked to the polling station, voted, cast their ballot papers, and that is what was counted. Now, don't you agree, if there is truly 2 million that is missing for Baba, why don't we bring the physical ballot papers, recount them? If for instance there is a server that is hiding 2 million, it is I think those 2 million are in boxes, they are in ballot boxes. If they are not compromised, why don't we bring the boxes open, recount?
My question will be, one, are they available? Why am I asking this? Recently, I saw IBC, I don't know his name. A whole CEO telling us that about the stolen kits. So are we even sure that all the ballot boxes are available? Are we not going to have excuses that, you know, some went with floods? Because
of that, let me tell you, because of that,
about fire and whatever.
Raila being a statesman, he should do what Al Gore did in 2000 and say, now that we have known this is a weakness, let us fix it so that it doesn't happen the next time. What he's asking is for disruption. So because if we go to the servers today and we discover that everything is wrong, there is no way that the government can change at this point. It is too late. That window has closed. And he should have done that when they were with Uhuru. Nothing stopped him from making sure that they should not have gone to that country to get a contract with them, because that is a country that is under war right now. So he should accept that he failed and plan for next time.
I really get your point, Ashley, but in simple terms, what you're trying to say, if somebody was arrested and taken to the prisons and locked for a crime this person didn't commit, at the end of the day, when this person, we come and realize that this is what happened, like this person, let him or her just remain in the prison because it is too late. That is what in short you're trying to say. Because how then are we going then to save the people? These are the kind of games that people will be playing time and again.
No, and they shouldn't. What should happen when you realize there is a this is a different one. I've seen where people are locked in, and when they want to be wrongly locked in where I live, they get compensated for the time they were in. In this case, it is a government. Let's assume it is true that it is so disruptive right now. If something was done, what can be done is to keep the calm in the country, the peace in the country for someone who loves the country. That's why we talked about having people who put the country first, because this can end up disarraying the country. We knew about it last time. We didn't do anything about it. Now we know about it. We have an opportunity to do something about it. If it is true, I don't know whether it is true, but please, Jake, tell me what I was reading and then I get off, please.
Okay.
Because, yeah, it is something I have to read, and it talks about being like when you have arguments. Just that, and then I'll just let them continue. Whoever was next. Is it okay?
It's okay. It's okay.
So I was writing something yesterday about arguments, and it says arguments are easy to start and hard to end. And because there are a number of reasons two people can argue, so we need to be careful when we are having a disagreement at this moment, that we decide we are having a disagreement about this one thing or these two things, and not all the other disagreements we could be having, and all the differences that any two people can be having. And this is what the problem we are having with this demonstration. It's about every argument, every dissatisfaction with the government. So it is hard to, so it continues to say, when two people start finding, anyway, it's like, I'm not gonna read, I'm just gonna say, so when we become specific that this is what we are arguing about, this is a thing we don't have agreement about, it is easy to reach a solution on one specific thing. But when we make it about servers being open, when we make it about the food prices, when we make it about IBC officials being returned, that's another one I had them talk about. When we make it about all these things and put them together, then it becomes hard to find a resolution to all of them together. So it feels like this person who is bringing this argument just wants an argument, is not someone who is seeking a resolution. And that is the problem with this demonstration. Because if it was just about high food prices, or let's say it's just about opening the server, then someone can come in an emissary in the middle and try to a mediator to try to reconcile them. But it's so many things that even if Ruto wanted to work with them or try to meet them halfway, it is almost impossible. So
But
that's what we're talking about.
Actually, if I ask you what you're saying, these people have continually, ever since they won, they have continually blamed Raila for the issues that are bedeviling us. They have said it is Raila that has caused the high cost of living, given the handshake. It's because of him that we are having the challenges today. They constantly and frequently involved, even when someone said when Raila was quiet, they had a way of bringing him to their conversation. If 6 months down the line, they're still telling us it's the handshake government. It's like they even forgot that they won the elections. So they are the ones now in government. Don't you think somehow they caused?
Yes, they did. And one of the things that they did, they started bragging a lot. When Raila was quiet, they were bragging, we won, freedom has come. So they did make a mistake. And that's why I say Ruto and Raila, I wish you would have a revolution where we are placing some new person in power, someone who cares about the people. I would really support. So the Ruto has failed. I don't know whether Raila would be any better. So it's like we are doomed either way. What we don't want to do is lose lives. There is no need. There is no reason. Absolutely. It's not necessary at all. That one is not necessary. Some people have gone to Ukraine to fight. They have lost lives, but they are fighting and losing lives trying to save Ukraine from being taken over by Russia. There is no reason specific that someone should lose a life on Monday, none whatsoever. It would be like committing suicide for no reason.
But by the end of the day, Ashley, the Constitution guarantees everyone for safety. They need to be protected when they're picketing, because it's their right, as long as they also equally follow what the Constitution says when they're picketing, that they shouldn't be armed and it should be peaceful. If they have all their boxes checked, like that day, that it will be a peaceful procession and all, and the government has a responsibility to protect them as they march. So I think it is their right to picket. But I don't know if you are in Ruto's position at the moment. How would you go about addressing some of the issues, if not all, so as to save the country? Ashley?
Oh, I thought you were asking the panelists. Personally,
Yeah.
I think that what Ruto should do on Monday is put a curfew that you only leave if you're going to work. That's what I would do if I were him, just to make sure there is no loss of life. I would make that day a day that you stay home. I would make a curfew on that day, because there is no way you're going to meet 1 million people. You see, and there is no like it's peaceful. 1 million people, and they've come up from. You see what they did in Kisumu. I don't see it. I hope it happens, because when they did the Raila was being. When he had the people's president, that time nothing happened. Everybody, there was nobody was hurt. So I hope that will be what will be a repeat. I hope nobody is hurt. I hope no mother loses their son or their daughter. That's my prayer. But if it's going to be, and then after that day, nothing happens, then what is the need of wasting your time going there? I think you should go there expecting something. And that's why I say you should have one goal that you will say, we need you to do this, so that you're doing something. You're not just going there to waste your day. To just, because Shagwa told them you will demonstrate for 5 years, we don't care as long as you're peaceful. So what they're telling you, if you want to waste your time every day going to the street, you can do that. But I wish that this thing would be something that will have results, would bear fruit, that it would not be fruitless.
Okay. Before I come to Tom, I want to hear Nancy. Nancy had something to say. What do you think will happen on Monday? And in the event it happens, do you think Tuesday some of these things will be solved? But that on Tuesday, the cost of living will be down. On Tuesday, the servers will be open, if they will be open. On Tuesday, we might have a new president. That's the word I've used. What do you think on Tuesday? If you have a crystal ball, Tuesday, what do you think will happen Monday and Tuesday morning?
As I said, you can't keep doing the same thing expecting a different result. So we shall come here on evening Monday. Make sure you hold this debate, and Moses, you must attend, so that you can provide
Moses, I'll make sure you're
feedback. You provide us feedback of what you've achieved, because and I hope that you come with a report telling me I hope the police restrain themselves and allow people to do whatever they want. But if anybody destroys anybody's business or anything, the rule of law the force of law should come heavy on them. But they will resolve nothing. They are muddled up. They do not know what they're asking for. And I don't think people in Kenya really understand that everybody in the world is hurting when it comes to cost of living. This is not a Kenya issue alone. And I understand Kenyans are feeling it more because there is no springboard to support anybody. So why can't we not talk about, as Ashley said, uniting behind a cause that can create a safety net for people in the future? Because that's why many people in Kenya feel the pain more than us who are abroad. If I don't have food, there is a food bank. I can take my kids to go and eat. Why can't we talk about those issues? Why can't we tell Raila, cost of living is high, it's affecting everybody, but what is a safety net for those people who cannot provide for themselves in the future? Because inflation will always happen. Bad days, we remember the 2008 recession. It happened across the world. So about Maandamano, nothing will be resolved. And Moses, I wish you well, and I hope the demonstration is peaceful. Try and convince us that you change something on Monday, but I can't see nothing changing. And I think dialogue is the best way forward. We need to find a way of communicating to our government better than we can go to the streets, we do it peacefully, but also we find one or two issues that we can expect the government to respond, but you guys have too many issues. Tufungue server mnajidanganya. That will never happen, even in a million years. Ruto will be the next president for 5 years, whether I like it or not. It's a fact. So I wish you well. I will be watching from the trenches and see how things are panning out. I wish everybody the best. Good luck. And if you can lower the cost of living by Maandamano on Monday, I support, because also my people are hurting. So I'll be watching.
But just allow me to remind you that at the end of the day, it's not Raila to lower the cost of living. It's the government that claims to be in power. It is their responsibility to hear the cry of its citizenship. If they have ears to listen, let them listen. If they can't listen, we have the mandate to choose who to lead us at the end of the day. If they're not able to follow,
the government has responsibility to lower the cost of living. The government is 6 months old. And I keep telling you, it is not only you Kenyans in Kenya who are hurting. The whole world is hurting when it comes to cost of living. Tom can tell you even where he is.
Government said there was nothing like that. It was all about handshake, and they've continued.
Even when
So
Uhuru was in power.
Don't speak on behalf of a government that have not acknowledged that fact that you're trying to put on board.
No, when Uhuru, before the election, you guys were buying unga for 230. Today that unga is
a lie. That's a lie, my dear. That's a lie.
It's not a lie.
It's a lie. I buy one of the most expensive ungas, and that was the price. I was buying it at 220. That is the likes of Raha Premium and Amaze, and you know them. The other ones I can see them every time because I don't use them. You get. So that is totally.
How are you buying now? The same brand.
Right now, I'm buying. I went to the supermarket yesterday. I bought the same unga at 230 actually. And funny enough,
I want you to take me the price ticket for it, because I don't think that's correct. Jake, how much is unga?
I'm telling you the truth. I'm buying it at the same price.
At the moment, let me just go live.
I have my receipt here. I have my receipt. I'm seeing things trending online full of lies, and they're trying to confuse people. At the end of the day, it's not a competition to prove this government gave this government. The thing is, lower the cost of living. Things are not correct. It is not that is what I'm trying to say. It is never a competition. I have my
Moses, on the page of Naivas, because today I've not gone to the supermarket, but yesterday I didn't look at the price of unga. I had gone for a different reason. But as per them, there is a unga called Soko that goes for 179. The other one, Jogo, is going for 173. Now you can go to their page at the moment. Those are the two packets they have placed. The unga that is still high is the wheat one, because I remember like 2 weeks ago someone told me it's at 2 something. So I know we are yet to fully have it, the price that we are used to as Kenyans, for example. But really,
what is that price? Because the government promised Bob. Nikieka Biblia chini. What happened? That is the question. We are not fighting anyone, by the way. We're just demanding for our rights. The government is ours, for both of us, regardless of Azimio or UDA. What happened?
For you,
when they do that, I don't have a problem, honestly.
So Moses, let me ask you, on Tuesday, what do you see happening? Or even that Monday?
On Monday, we're expecting the government to listen to the voice of the people, that we are tired. We are tired of lies. We are tired of fake excuses. We need action. And if they're not able to fulfill them, 6 months it's not an excuse, sincerely. We've seen the past government being taken over in a very dying state, and they were served in months. So 6 months, ideally, it's not an excuse. And if there is money, you know that just many things that are happening in this government, that even those that are opposed to the truth, I'm just asking myself, what is really wrong with us? Because this same government argues on the other hand, there is only 93 million On the other hand, you get to hear that the office of the deputy president has this. On the other hand, they're adding these positions. And what is so urgent to the government to deal with? You know, that is like they're having a mispriced priorities. It's like the government didn't even prepare. They are not even sure if their plan of winning elections was sure that like they're going to win. It's like the plan that they kept singing to us. It was
I
like
wish
hot.
Rhoda was still there because there are questions I needed to ask. Let me ask you, Rhoda, you're there. Before I come to you, lucky for me, Moses is in Kenya. Moses,
I'm in
you
Kenya.
and I was in Kenya then. You and I went to the ballot. We walked in. We were handed 6 ballot papers.
Yeah.
Just one moment, because I'm not asking the question. We voted for the MCA, voted for the governor and everyone else that we voted for. Now, the governors are not asking for servers, but the presidency is where the issue of the server comes in. But there's a question I asked you. You voted manually. There's a paper that you did, and you say this is the president I want. Let's imagine, for instance, nothing happened to it. Which one is easy? Going to the website or to the server to look for that vote, or physically tracing your vote, physically counting. Let's stop this issue of server, because we voted manually. We never voted. We didn't vote online. We voted manually. Don't you think it is easy to count the ballot papers and fully put this issue to rest?
Yes, it is. And my question still remains the same. Are these things available? Or are we going to get it?
Because when the whistleblower said, you see, Moses, the reason why I'm asking this, the whistleblower said there were 2 million plus of votes that were lost in Central. 2 million is not a single ballot paper. Those are so many people. Those are boxes, not one box. Those are boxes. Can we account for these boxes? Because that is where the integrity of the whole thing will come in. Because what if the server still, because someone can talk to the server at the moment, what if the servers are opened and what was said to be true, or what was said in the courts is verified? What do you think is really the best way to solve this? Because I have a problem with the server, because I really don't the server. Because then again, which server again? Which one? Is it the one? Which server? How do we solve this? Because as Kenyans, we need to find a solution. How do we solve this? We count the ballot papers, we open the server, which server again are we open? That man, good to see you, Karibu Sana. Moses, I've asked you.
Yeah, so as I said, you know, there's the letter that came from the Smartmatics claiming that they can't give access to the server, which I even asked myself, how can you somebody be contracted to do something and not held accountable? What is this person hiding? That is the main question that at the end of the day we should ask. And also a good question, voting happened at the polling station. So are we able to come and verify that what reflected on the IEBC website? Please have it right. It's a website. There's a backend software that feeds data to us to be able to see. But we are not so sure that everything that was being keyed in there were real, were true. Are they verifiable? So if that is able to happen and the results come like, you know, the claims that Hazimio had, indeed they're true, that there were some fabrications and things are fabricated, then let law take its course. It is not too late, because if something happened, because some people thought they were smart enough to do that, and they are now caught up with, let the law take its course. Let Bwana Chebukati pelekwe ndani, wakamatwe, na let them account for this pain that we are undergoing, because the people that are contributed to the success of the illegitimate government, if that is the case. And if in any case it comes to be found out that there's nothing that really happened, or there's nothing that is really different, Yes, we move on. Kuja now work on the economy, deliver to the people. It's not, even if it was a shock of of winning. 6 months is a long time. And I see the same people that are saying the government doesn't have money holding Thanksgiving prayer each and every Sunday. Now I'm even worried. We have 50 CASs. Should I now count that we should add even the other CASs, CS that already exist? They've not hosted their Thanksgiving. Should I add 50 more weeks for Thanksgiving for the government to do Thanksgiving, and then now they come and start the economy? That is nonsense. It's rubbish. I'm a Christian, but what the government is doing.
They normally call most CSs call it homecoming.
Homecoming my foot, and people are suffering. Let me tell you, I've told you I deal with I'm a gender and youth advocate. I deal with people in the communities. I see the kind of life people are living is miserable. So we really need to come and address these issues with much sensitivity, thinking beyond us. I, as a person, I may be in a capacity to afford something. I remember KRA the other day sent me a demand letter of my tax dues, even threatening me by 17th. I said I will not pay, but the many several calls that they are making to me, and I saw it's okay. This is a little money. I was able to pay. Then I just asked myself, what if this becomes the trend? To that person who is not able to afford to pay all these tax dues. Now we are having even the cabs going to the tailors, going to the local Mwananchi border, whatever they are called. You see, at the end of the day, we have to play this in with that kind of sensitivities. You can afford it as an individual. What about the other person? So what if this remains the trend? These are the kind of things we really need to see the government tackle. The promises that the hustlers were given, those are the kind of things we really need to see the government tackle. I would even have loved it if I saw kitties of hustlers being created in each and every county, at least to address, such positions, to empower and then get the hustlers in real life. But now what are we seeing? We are seeing reward of sycophants, of political whatever, of friends and loyalists. That should never be the case. And my brother here is just candid and straight to the point that at the end of the day, this is an illegitimate government, and even the kind of leadership it's providing, it is out of, there is anger, there is all this kind of tribalism, and we really need to come and call a spade and not lie to ourselves. Because at the end of the day, we have places that we come from. And you can't come and prove, because I saw yesterday, somebody claiming that we have now CSs out of 53 are coming from the Luo Nyanza, CG, how many are coming? What about other parastatals? What are we seeing happening? Let us just come and speak and let things be done rightfully. Let us not have a government where it has got its own shareholders. I saw an MP talk today. I don't know the name of this former Narok nominated MP, PWD. I don't know the name. He said at the end of the day, the government has got its own shareholders. No, we refuse to pay. Yeah, that was very stupid. That was very insensitive of a leader. And those are the kinds of leaders that we're having. And here we are, we want to compare Africa with UK, the likes of US. We are wrong, my friends. Because the kind of leaders that we are choosing for these positions, we will find 70% are unqualified. I'm seeing CIS positions, people being nominated in some cases, even they don't even understand. I'm in two industries, the kind of persons I'm having in the two industries, I'm even asking myself, what are they even there to deliver? Do they even understand the docket? I don't want to mention them, but I'm in two. I know you might be knowing now one, with the kind of minister we are having in there. So let us
a moment. Allow me to
leaders that are competent to deliver.
Just a moment. Before I bring in Rhoda, Dutchman, I don't know if you've been following the show. And if you have, what do you say about the main issues that these able panelists have been discussing? And yeah, probably a comment on because now there are so many things that we have discussed. Your comment on the 50 CASs, and then the big day on Monday. First, begin there, then I'll ask you questions as you move on. Before I bring in Rhoda and any other person. Go ahead, sir. Unmute yourself. Unmute.
Okay, it's okay now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can, but try to raise your voice kidogo too. Go ahead.
I've got a little like, okay.
Okay.
Okay, first of all, thanks a lot for this opportunity. Just to be here to express our issues and
bring your device closer to you so that we can hear you.
I think it's a good platform.
Try to bring it closer to yourself.
Okay, let me just see if I can. The mic volume is up. Can you hear me now?
We'll try. We'll struggle to hear you, but it's okay. Go ahead.
I've got a problem with my voice. Maybe if I change. Okay.
It's okay.
So,
it's okay, sir. Go ahead.
It's a good platform, and it's a very good opportunity for us to discuss issues concerning our country. So I'd like first to start with the issue of Maandamano, or should I start with the CSS?
How you do it, it's okay. Just go ahead.
Okay. Since as I can see, we are both all of us in this platform. We have so many people who are in different countries at the moment, but we are all from one country. So I'd like first to start. I think I came in when Ashley was speaking. I don't know if it was Ashley that was speaking, but I don't think she's in Kenya by the way she was speaking. But then again, I'd just like to tell her that let us not try cheating people, because right now myself I'm in the Netherlands, but whatever happens is that whenever things are not going right in these countries, people have a right to picket. People have a right to express themselves. People have a right to demonstrate. It's going on all over. So if you're telling us that Maandamano will not bring anything to the table, then I'd like just us to push back to the 90s when you had section 1A of the Constitution. Section 1A repealed. 2A repealed. Yes, that brought in multi-party. That was true Maandamano, because I have been privileged to go up around Kampunji area. So we were seeing the back and forth of the politicians all throughout Sabasaba, 92, 97, 2002, all that, through all that time. So it's been a push for democracy, for things to happen, like demonstrations must be coming through, because now I don't know how you push this government that is in right now, and you've seen the massive graft that they've started embezzlement in all those ways that they can, because how can you employ 50 CSS in this kind of situation, and they are arrogant enough to do it in the middle of this kind of situation or tension? That means that they don't even care about what happens tomorrow, because I think this was a flare. This is like a tinder that was waiting to be lit by any spark. But if you're doing such kind, because right now as I'm speaking, I know people have been following this thing through social media for I don't know, for the past 2 to 3 weeks, constantly on Twitter, and I'm seeing a trend whereby even people who voted for this current government are feeling like they have been shortchanged. And these are not the normal borders, but these are maybe the middle class who maybe are fearing to express their voices so as not to feel like they made a mistake. So on this government, the way they've started on the wrong footing, and if they are not called into account, then I don't know if we're gonna have a country in the next 2 years. Because if you're expanding the budget to getting CSS to fill a position, okay, how do I put this? There was this CS that was handing over his office. He has been running the office for 1 man has been running that office, but right now he's handing the office to 7 people. You see, how does that even make sense now? In a country whereby you're saying that you're trying to repair the ills that were made by the past regime. So it means that you're overtaxing people, you're overburdening the common mwananchi, but the money is still going to waste through other proxies. Yeah. So I'd just like to say that I think the Maandamano is in good spirit. It's going to be a peaceful Maandamano. I think is good enough to give people a chance to express themselves and to issue whatever grievances they have to issue to the president, so that at least we can work on them. And then I think after that, then we'll have a good way on we'll have a nice way of working things out, because going by the way things are going, it seems like I think I can say that kuna watu wamezoea wengine, yeah, that kind of tone, yeah, because somebody like I had this governor speaking. He's called
Dutchman.
No, yes.
Dutchman. Just one moment. I don't know if you're using a laptop or a phone.
I'm using a phone because my laptop is not. I don't know what's wrong with my laptop. I cannot get
now
the signal.
I can kindly request you to bring it closer to your mouth. If you bring it closer, because most of the people now are saying they can't truly hear you. I can hear you because I have something that can amplify you. But if I can ask you to come closer, that would help.
I'll just finish this. I'll just finish whatever I have to say, and then I'll change to earphones. I think earphones will be much easier to use.
Okay.
Because I've got a problem with my voice right now. I'm under medication.
It's okay.
So I was saying that the current regime has not started on a good footing, and if they are not held into accountable right now, then I think we are heading to the trenches, because things are not really working out well. We as the guys in the diaspora are really anxious about what's going to happen, but all in all, I think we really need to give hope to people at home that such kind of things usually do happen for changes to come through. Yeah, there must be some little struggle. Yeah.
Okay, as you work to get the earphone, Roda.
Yeah.
Mande umesema lazima ikitaeleweka.
Yes, mi naambia watu watokee, watu watokee baribari na watu wabebe maji na kukuwe na ambulance, kwa sababu watu kumarch, they need help. And I could ask the government, they have a responsibility to help not to say the police to kill, the police to take care. We don't want the bloodshed. Police wako nyuma, wanatekea care na ambulance. Watu wakimarch, wakienda kufanya demonstration, the government have a responsibility. Kwa sababu this regime, it's not good regime. In fact, it's not only Kenya they are doing demonstration, because many countries they are doing demonstration. Guinea, those West Africa, Guinea, Sierra Leone, because of the cost of living. So it's not only us, Africa. So Africa is going to raise up. People, they used to put Africa down. This is the time Africa, the democracy will be high and revolution will be very powerful. Democracy in Africa, we are going to be powerful. We are going to say, dictator, you don't have a power. Africa, we are going far. People that used to put Africa down, they say, oh, Africa is a big dictator. They don't talk. But Africa, we are going to sing one song called Africa, that the cost of living is getting high, and we don't want regime, bad people come to destroy our continent with the abusing the power, like the way Ruto, his regime is doing, bringing minister, he's one tribe. That guy, Ruto, he's a very tribal guy. He has been tribal. He bring his own community on minister. That is unbelievable. It's not constitution. You as a Kenya, can you ask yourself that question as a Kenya? So I could ask all Kenya, wherever you are, all tribe, tushikane sisi wote, tuende tufanye demonstration, tuonyeshe whole the world, and tukiwa sisi wote Africa, we shall overcome. And I know we are going to win this victory, that our Saba will be open, and the cost of living is that the school fees is getting high. People, they don't have a school fees. People are killing themselves because they don't have afford nothing. And some people, they kill themselves because of election. And I mean, the people they kill, people you don't know. People, they kill themselves because of the election. They know what Ruto did. So it's a big price Ruto need to pay for Kenyans. He come to apologize us what he did for us. Thank you, and God bless you all. It was nice to meet you guys. It was the first time, and I will continue to come and chat with you. Have a blessed night.
Karibu sana, Rhoda. Thank you for your time. We highly appreciate. Before I come back to Dutch, I want to go back to Ashley. Ashley, there's this thing that at times it makes me wonder. I have this question. Ruto, the president, has made appointments, and it's bringing out a narrative that, as much as you don't want the Maandamano or not, people are asking, is he tribal?
I've seen that too, and I've noticed that for each appointment he makes, he has to put his tribe. And even in 2018, after the handshake, I remember him being told there's a committee he had put in agriculture or something, like everybody, like he had too many. When he was told to bring, they used to bring half with Uhuru before. All his half were his tribe. So what Uhuru did, even him who was tribal too, but the half that Uhuru was left with, he had to kind of balance to bring other tribes, because Ruto brought exclusively, mostly his people. I want to challenge Ruto because he's maligning the name of God. If he's going to call himself a Christian, he needs to act like it. Because as a Christian, he needs to be sensitive to the suffering of people in the country. Yes, the world is suffering, but he's not showing any sensitivity. He's not showing like he's trying. Because if he was trying, I don't think people would be complaining. Because when he starts talking of 4 to 6 months, he's ignoring the fact that someone is not eating today, and he's telling them to wait. But today, Gachagwa's wife is in Ohio. So did she use her own means to get there, to meet and greet? Is it necessary? Even though it is just feeding one family or one constituency, that is one constituency where there is no child that is going to sleep hungry. It might not be able to cover everybody. Like when during Moi's era, he gave milk. Do you know how much nutritious milk is? He didn't give food, but he gave milk. Was it like 2 or 3 times a week or 4 times a week? I don't know. But he gave something basic, milk, to every school child. He tried. So we are not being unreasonable. In the world, there is inflation. During COVID, the whole world was suffering. But guess what? Most other places were using money to cushion, even giving money, like real money, sending money to people's accounts. When Kenya was given the money, stimulus, it was called stimulus. And now, by the way, it still remains. In some states, the governors are deciding, do we give out other money in the people who pay taxes? Do you just get money in your account? Because they have excess, because it's not stolen. So with the little that we have, how can we employ high-level people with money? Akina Musalia should be working as volunteers. We don't mind that they are given those positions. Can they please work without being paid? Then we can see they are trying. If they want to put CASs, can they please take interns from college so that at least they can have experience, so that each year they take interns this year and then the next year they change them, so that people can now start having experience, start having exposure, instead of taking people who already have money, people who should now be setting up businesses to hire, not to be employed by the state, by the government. So we want to see him attempt to solve the problem, but you can't keep saying we are broke and then you're hiring. All these CSSs will need assistance, they'll need an office, they'll need staff, and they'll also get those allowances when they go for meetings. And even when they go for meetings and they go with the assistant is also paid an allowance. So it is a lot of money we are talking about. Why couldn't he save all those positions and try to say, we are going to give milk again or something to every child in school. Every child that goes to school is going to get a hot meal, lunch. At least let them eat one meal, so that even though there's no meal at home, there'll be food. And this thing will encourage even some kids and some parents to send their kids to school so that they can eat. So sometimes you feel that the government want people to stay poor so that they can stay ignorant, so that they can stay being able to control them. So if he is a Christian, he should act like a Christian. I see them going to church. I see them talking about freedom has come. Who has freedom come to? Because it is not to us. We see them saying Matiang'i now, his case is thrown out. Yeah, somebody here was talking about paying this tax. But don't you think we also need to hold them accountable that when they get that money, they are not misusing it? If someone is in supporting him in government, he does not have a right to decide that that person who stole the money will not be pursued, because it is not his money. It belongs to us. We have entrusted him with the responsibility to watch over it. So where are our MPs to give oversight? Now, my last thing I'm going to talk about Azimio. They are having a demonstration. Do you know where they need to head? They don't need to go to State House. Because from my understanding, our MPs, we choose our MPs as our representatives to represent us, to pass registration and oversight. They need to make sure all the MPs are in parliament and go 1 million or more and stay there outside and lock them in until have some 3 goals. Tell them they have to reduce the price. They have to refuse the 50 whatever those positions. They have to refuse them, registrate and refuse them, and they have to reduce their own pace by 50%. And then that is the good way that Raila can use his supporters for good.
But Ashley, as much as you are making a very valid point, there's something Moses said, that he elected an MP who is already now in government. So Moses would want to go to his MP, but already Moses feels disappointed by the person he chose as an MP. So how else would Moses air his grievances?
Let me tell you one thing that I didn't say. Just a moment. The same MP is now coming, mobilizing the youth and teaching us on how to side and support the government. I told the MP, no, I'm not in for that. What I was to do in the constituency was matters gender and youth advocacy, period. Things about siding with the government that I do not support. And it's happening, by the way.
So what we can do
for their own individual gain.
The problem is the MP cannot please everybody in their constituency, but they're the basics, like the high cost of living, they're like the common things that we can all agree here. Even as Azimio and UDA, the cost of living is high, the appointments are excessive, like the things we can agree on. Let us solve those first, and then we can have the luxury to talk about those other things that we have differences in, and if we can come to a conclusion. But let me tell you, we need to, now, if you have an MP and he's not listening, what we can do is make sure they're all in parliament and stay there by the door where the other day where Eric went, and go 1 million or 2 people there and camp there for a whole week and make sure they don't leave until they do what we want. You don't need to be going to State House. You're taking Raila, and it is for his own personal benefit. If you want our issues to be addressed, you go where the people who we send to parliament to address are, and that is parliament, because they are supposed to represent us. They are supposed to pass registration, legislation to help us, and they are supposed to oversight the government. They are quiet. They should refuse those CS positions and say, until we have enough revenue, because you should ask, where is the money to pay this coming from? We should be told where the money to pay those people they have appointed is going to come from, where the money for them keeping on going out of the country is coming from. And that is the work of your MP. So we should hold our MPs in account. And the next demonstration we should have will be a week or a month-long demonstration where they do not leave, whether they are Azimio, whether they are UDA, they are the same. Because when they went there and increased their allowances, I did not hear them differentiating between. They all agreed. They are all greedy. And we need to lock them in in that house. Let them argue about the positions they are giving each other, the leadership position. They say they will not do anything until that is settled. We lock them there for a month. They will do it. They will come to their senses, in short.
Dutchman, I don't know if now you are audible enough. We can give it a try. Unmute yourself. Unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Oh my! Now it's even worse. Try to hold now. Try to hold it. That okay.
Can you hear me now?
Me, I can hear you. Moses, can you hear him? Moses, can you hear Dutchman?
Hardly. Very
Hardly.
low.
Right now, can you hear me?
Yeah, a bit.
A bit.
Okay. I don't know what to do now, because
just bring it close to your mouth. We don't mind the echo of your breath.
Yeah.
If you can have it that position, that's the best position that you have.
Can you hear me right now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. As I was saying, there's a great opportunity as this platform helps us to share our views. And right now, whatever is happening is that
I can't hear you.
You can't. What do I do now? Because
try to hold the mic like this. That you see this part here? Try to hold it close like this.
I can't. Okay, let me just unmute. Okay, hold on. I'll use the speakerphone.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Not yet.
Let's do this. We won't mind if we don't really see your face. Bring your phone almost close into your mouth.
Okay. So I think that's better. I think it's much more
now that's
comfortable.
better.
Awesome.
Yeah. Okay. As I was saying, yeah. Now you see, we have a very, very, very serious situation right now because the country is divided right into half. Yeah, as you know. So any attempt by any camp to make any kind of decision might turn this country into a mess right now. What I think should happen is that the government should let Azimio give them the chance to hold the demonstration, to air their views, because that's its constitutional right, yeah? And then again, what is the end game for this demonstration? I'd like really to know what is the end game, because if there's no end game going forward with this demonstration, then I think it will just be like letting people's up and then killing their spirits altogether. Because I think this is the last platform that His Excellency Raila Odinga has to show and to prove to his supporters that is the person that people have been waiting for. Because if he goes into this and then like maybe on Saturday or Sunday, like says that tumesema we'll wait for another 1 week, then I think it's overdone and dusted. So I think he should go on full throttle, make his play his cards right, and make the government hear his demands one way or the other, because that's the only way that that's the only way that we as a country will move forward. Because with this kind of situation that's happening right now, we're trying to turn the country into another Zimbabwe in the next like 2 to 3 years if you're not careful. As you can see by the way the dollar is appreciating against the shilling, it's something that has never been seen before. The shilling is in a free fall, even being surpassed by currencies like the Tanzanian shilling, which has never which has never held foot against our currency. They're right now laughing at us. So I think it's high time that people started being serious with whatever is happening in our country. Because also I know that Kenyans sometimes are like, okay, it will come to pass, or it's not that kind of serious. But I think that it's high time that Kenyans do something. We as Kenyans do something for ourselves and for the future generation. Because I think that most of the time we try so much to do something that will work for us today. We are not even eagerly, or we are not even sure as in to what will happen tomorrow. Because right now at home, if you ask somebody what's going on, they'll tell you that I'm working for today. Not so many people are really concerned about the future because right now people are living hand to mouth, which is not a very good thing. But what do you do? So we really like people like to really be serious and stop all these kind of tribalistic sideshows. Like I've been following the whole of Azimio's Meet the People tours in all the cities, like they did in Kisumu, Mombasa, Nairobi, and all the stopovers. Like today, it was a very peaceful demonstration. Meet the People tour, as in from was it in Ruiru? Not Ruiru. It was in Waka. Waka was okay. Kiambu, them heading to Kiambu was a mess a bit because the police tried to like block them in, and then in Kiambu they were tear gassed. And the bad thing is that they were not even tear gassed by police. These were goons that were sent there by the likes of Mike Sonko, because we have evidence of Mike Sonko like threatening Azimio supporters and their leaders that if they went ahead to bring the barazas at Githurai, then they will mess up the place, and that happened. Now you see, so if Azimio are trying to like hold peaceful demonstrations, and then they are being like they see some kind of how can I put it, like Kenya Kwanza is trying to put a situation whereby this is a Luo versus Kikuyu affair, and even trying to like send goons to try to like fight the Azimio supporters, then I think it might turn out to be something very different from whatever was been planned for all that time. So I really like our people to stay calm, follow focus, don't lose focus, and be very firm, and follow whatever all kind of means to make sure that this government is held into account. This government is held into account. Yeah.
Okay. Moses, before we are almost coming to the end of the show. We are 5 hours short since we began live streaming. Moses, are you there? Okay, thank you. Now, Nancy, I see you driving. Yes.
Yeah, I'm going back. I'm going to work for the night. So it was nice catching up. Most of meeting you. Good discussion. We shall talk on Monday and here.
Yeah, I will be in. I will be in. Yeah.
Tutaongea Monday. Mmepata lini kwa maandamano?
Sawa, nitajibu watu kama wewe, Ian, Aduya, nawaona kwa comment. Ni sawa, Monday.
Sawa.
All right.
Okay, catch up offline tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Nancy. Ashley and Moses, let's try to bring Dutchman is still behind the scenes, and there is also Tom.
Yeah.
We are going to try to end the show, but before we end it, there are things that people are raising. Let me try to get those things that we can discuss on the show. Now, there's someone who had asked a question. Now we respond to many things that were raised hapa. Kuna mtu aliuliza hivi, what is the plan for Raila on Monday? Moses, unaona plan ni gani ya Monday?
You know, I was just reading some tweets over here, and I'm seeing people really now putting Raila in a Putin situation. Like, you know, Putin has been summoned by the ICC. Sasa Raila na kiburi yake na, you know, father of city. What, you know, at the end of the day, this thing is not Raila's thing. Because honestly, if I was the one even said when all this happened after the election, then now Raila should consider going to Bondo, and even would try raise our voices up as the sons of Raila. But we saw the man has got the love for the people, you know, for humanity, and this is why he's fighting this fight. And we really hope and pray that it's going to be peaceful. We're not going to see, you know,
people that are bringing chaos in the name of, these things have happened. We've seen the stories of Sonko, what he's been doing at the end of the day, just to prove their facts. We really hope that it's going to bear fruit, where the government is going to listen and action with speed. And if they're not able to do that, the only option they have is to vacate. And if the servers are opened and it is seen that they are illegitimate, they should leave, and each and every one of them, plus the new coming CAS, should be arrested. Because we have no time for wasting taxpayers' money conducting an election for an illegitimate government. So we have lots and lots of expectation. Yeah,
Okay.
let's have it open, let the cost of living come down, and let's have a different view of all this. Like, demonstration is never a fight with the government. If something is not happening in the right way, we have the power and the mandate to come out bold and say no, where it needs a no. Yeah, it's never a fight. Yeah.
Let me also take that as your cutting shot. Ashley, your closing remarks, and what do you think would be your words to Raila, to Ruto? Because by the end of the day, we have a country to protect. It doesn't matter who is the president or not. What do you think would be your words to them?
What I would tell Raila is to look at what happened to Al Gore in 2000. That even though everybody knew that the courts had been unfair to him, when he looked ahead, he saw that the country was going to be in turmoil, fighting each other because of him and Bush. So he said, for the sake of the country, he's going to step down, for the love of the country, for the unity. And he also promised the new president, who was George Bush, that he was going to work with him, even though he did not agree with the results that the courts gave. Because he loved his people, he wanted unity, and he loved his country so much, he didn't want it to slip down into civil war. So he didn't agree because he was defeated. He agreed because he loved the people too much. He didn't want it to go to war. So I don't have I wrote it somewhere one time, but I don't have it with me. But that's what I would tell him. I know he knows that story, and if he doesn't, he can Google it and he can see what that statement did. And he never ever ran again. Even though he was young, he never did run again, but he saved his country from going into where Kenya would go if this thing goes south on Monday. And to Ruto, I say, if you love Kenya, you have security and we don't. Some of these, I know the server issue it's not something that's gonna happen, but he can lower the price, the food price, even tomorrow or on Sunday. Let him, whatever he can do some of these things. He can reduce the price of food. He can also take some of the things that Azimio had that were good, like giving money to people who cannot afford food. He can do that immediately. Where the money will come from, where he's getting the money for the CAS, he can get the same place for the food. He can do something to show goodwill to the other half that supports Raila. And I'm telling you, if he even made an attempt of goodwill and say, I have heard you, it's not a fight. He can be wrong and he can say, I have heard your cry and I am the president and I am going to do this. If he does some of those things, like the cost of food, even by Sunday, and Raila still goes on with maybe the IEBC and the server, even other people like out of the country, our friends, foreign friends, they are going to see that who the problem is. So there is an option, but even Ruto needs to meet Raila halfway, or the people who voted for Raila, and show them that he's their president too, and he is concerned about every Kenyan, because he's not
It's not about proving himself right or proving himself wrong. It's about unity. What has he done, or what has he shown like he's ready to lead us all? Remember that Raila did control almost half because he won by 200,000. It's not even 300. So what can he do to show goodwill to these people, to some of these people who want to be something? There are people who don't want to go to the street. There are people who would be settled with just the economy working, with just like the money that was promised. That Ruto taking that aspect from Azimio and making it part of the Kenya Kwanza agenda. And I think if he did that, we would be pleased. And it would have made sense for the campaign. Whether Raila said he made him do that, it doesn't matter. But at least the people are helped. So I think he should also calm down and stop being proud. They should also, both of them, think about the people and stop being proud, stop having egos, and think about us as the people of Kenya and serve us as leaders.
Well said, Ashley. Well said. Well said. Danka, Dutchman, I don't know if you have something to say as even we wrap up. But before you do, allow me to say one or two. One, let me begin by congratulating and saying a big thank you to the many who joined in. One, I also wish to say thank you to Maggie Odengo, Ian Aguya, thank you so much. Jackton Mulzima, thank you. GK, thank you. Gitash, thank you for being part of this show. Thank you, DK, for being part of the show. We see you. Vicky, you are part of this. We thank you for your time. Muturi Reri, thank you for being part of the show. Agwatagi Bando, thank you so much. DK, I've said your name. There's this man by the name Kenneth Anthony. Asante sana. Asante sana, Brother Benson. Thank you. There's this other person, Chandi I, Asante sana. Thank you for being part of the show. And the many, many, many people who commented and the beautiful people who made it to the panel. But before we wrap up, maybe I'll have Dutchman say his last words.
Okay, you can hear me now, yeah?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I think it's time for Raila to prove to the world that he's actually been a statesman and he has his heart with the people. Because you can see just a year back, let's say last year, things had started like not going well with the government, and people were always asking, where is this Raila Mbora Hatutetei? But you see, at that time, he had previous engagements with the African Union. So his time with politics was a bit limited. And that's why he had to sign a letter of resignation saying that he needed time to work on staff form. Right now, he's given his all to work for this country, to show the government, to keep the government on toes. And it's the same government who said, I think it was like 2 months back, that they need a strong opposition. Now, when the opposition comes in and starts to keep them on check, they're really now coming with other side shows. So I really like for the current government of the day, just let people have the demonstration. It's their constitutional right. And if there's anything that you can do with these grievances that have been put forward by His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga, then they should work on them forthwith. Because I don't think it's only Kenya that people are demonstrating. It's all over Africa. It's happening. It's all over Europe. Even Israel too, it's happening. So I think it's a constitutional right. And I know something good will come out of it. We can never know the plan. I think Raila keeps his cards close to his heart. So let us wait and see and know what will happen. But I think all in all, we all hope for the best, because we all wish for things to change, because the way things are currently running, they're not running well. So we wish that things could be smoother, but I think this is the only way to make them smoother, because if you leave these guys unchecked, like as you can see that we're in the middle of a crisis, and then with their impunity, they are employing over 50 CASs, CASs. That means that if these people, if not for this, then I don't know what they can do. They can do, I don't know. People are saying that it's they're only in 6 months into office, but I'm not seeing these people being any helpful at all. They need to be held accountable as from now. Yeah, so thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really have no words to say. All I can say is this is our country. Whether you are at home in Kenya at the moment or you're far, in whatever country you're in, US, UK, name it, you know where you are, but this is where you call home. You may agree, you may disagree, but by the end of the day, we need our nation. It cannot be saved by words, at times it cannot be saved by action, but it can be saved by a patriotic individual like you turning up and saying, it's time we redeem our nation. We need to call our leaders out whenever we can, but above all, we need to uphold our country with the love and with the patriotism that can only come from you and I. I wish you all the best, and tomorrow we might not have a show, but on Sunday we'll have a show. I wish to wish everybody a fantastic day. Those who are already at daytime, those who are having their morning, I wish you a good morning. Those who are having their night, I wish you a good night. But above all, remember the words of our national anthem. May justice be our shield and defender. May justice prevail. And we stand with those who are saying justice for Jeff. We stand with those who are seeking justice for every Kenyan. Because when the food prices are high, it affects all of us. All we call for is for responsible leadership from our president to the people who are opposing him to any other person. We ask for responsibility because one life lost either to hunger, to police brutality and all, it's one life too many. So we ask you to kindly take Kenya as your baby and protect it with all that you can. Moses, thank you so much for being part of the show. It was wonderful. Dutchman, Ashley, thank you guys. You guys made the show lovely.
Can I read the text of the concession given by Vice President Al Gore in 2000?
Please do.
Okay. Or do you want to read it? Do you? Okay, you guys, I'm not fluent, but just listen to the words. This is December 13, 2000. The following is the text of Vice President Al Gore's address to the nation, in which he withdrew his claim to the hotly contested 2000 presidential election. This is him. Good evening. Just moments ago, I spoke with George W. Bush and congratulated him on becoming the 43rd president of the United States. And I promised that I wouldn't call him back this time. I offered to meet with him as soon as possible so we can start to heal the divisions of the campaign and the contest through which we just passed. Although a century and a half ago, Senator Stephen Douglas told Abraham Lincoln, who had just defeated him in the presidency, partisan feeling must yield to patriotism. I'm with you, Mr. President, and God bless you. Well, in the same spirit, I say to President-elect Bush that what remains of partisan rancor must now be put aside, and may God bless his stewardship of this country. Neither he nor I anticipated this long and difficult road. Certainly, neither of us wanted it to happen, yet it came, and now it has ended, resolved as it must be resolved, through the honor distinct of our country, of our democracy, over the library of one of our great law schools inscriptions, the motto, not under man, but under God and law. That's the ruling principle of American freedom, the source of our democracy liberties. I tried to make it my guide throughout these contests. as it has guided Americans' deliberations of all the complex issues of the past 5 weeks. Now, the US Supreme Court has spoken. Let there be no doubt. While I strongly disagree with the court's decision, I accept it. I accept the finality of this outcome, which will be ratified next Monday in the Electoral College. And tonight, for the sake of our unity of the people and the strength of our democracy, I offer my concession. I also accept my responsibility, which will discharge unconditionally to honor the new president-elect and to do everything possible to help him bring Americans together in fulfillment of the great vision that our Declaration of Independence defines and that our Constitution affirms and defends. Let me say how grateful I am to all those who supported me and the cause for which we have fought. Tipa and I, Tipa is the wife, feel a deep gratitude to Joe and Hadassah Lieberman, who brought passion and high purpose to our partnership and opened new doors, not just for our campaign, but for our country. This has been an extraordinary election, but in one of God's unforeseen paths, this belated broken impasse can point us to all new common ground, for its very closeness can serve to remind us that we are one people with a shared history and a shared destiny. Indeed, that history gives us many examples of contests as hotly debated, as fiercely fought, with their own challenges to their popular will. Other disputes have dragged on for weeks before reaching resolution, and each time, both the victor and the vanquished have accepted the result peacefully and in the spirit of reconciliation. So let it be with us. I know that many of my supporters are disappointed. I am too. But our disappointment must be overcome by our love for country. And I say to our fellow members of the world community, let no one see this contest as a sign of American weakness. The strength of American democracy is shown most clearly through the difficulties it can overcome. Some have expressed concern that the unusual nature of this election might hamper the next president in the conduct of his office. I do not believe it to be so. President-elect Bush inherits a nation whose citizens will be ready to assist him in the conduct of his large responsibilities. I personally will be at his disposal, and I will call on all Americans. I particularly urge all who stood with us to unite behind our next president. This is America. This, just as we fight hard when the stakes are high, we close ranks and come together when the contest is done. And while there will be time to debate our continuing differences, now is the time to recognize that which unites us is greater than that which divides us. While we yet hold and do not yield our opposing beliefs, there is a higher duty than the one we owe to our political party. This is America, and we put country before party. We will stand together behind our new president. And for what I'll do next, I do not know the answer to that yet. Like many of you, I am looking forward to spending the holidays with my family and old friends. I know I'll spend time in Tennessee and mend fences, literally and figuratively. Some have asked whether I have any regrets, and I do have regrets. I have one regret, that I did not get the chance to stay and fight for the American people over the next 4 years, especially for those who need burdens lifted and burdens removed, especially for those who feel their voices have not been heard. I hear you. I will not forget. I have seen America in this campaign, and I like what I see. It's worth fighting for, and that's a fight I'll never stop. As for the battle that ends tonight, I do believe, as my father once said that no matter how hard the loss, defeat might serve as well as victory to shape our soul and let glory out. So for me, this campaign ends as it begins, with the love of Tipa and our family, with faith in God and in the country I have been so proud to serve, from Vietnam to the vice presidency, with gratitude to our tireless campaign staff and volunteers, including all those who worked so hard in Florida for the last 36 days. Now, the political struggle is over, and we turn again to the unending struggle for the common good of all Americans and for all those multitudes around the world who look to us for leadership in the cause of freedom. In the words of our great hymn, America, America, let us crown thy good with brotherhood, from sea to shining sea. And now, my friends, in a phrase I once addressed to others,